Hello, hello? Hello, hello, can you hear me? Testing, testing, one, two, three, subsequent numbers, four, whatever comes after four. Hello, hello. Okay. Did you not hear any of that? I was wondering why people weren't talking. Okay, thank thank you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. Hello everyone. Hope you're doing well tonight. I've been talking for a few minutes, and so I feel a little bit silly, but I appreciate you letting me know. Thank you very much. Let me just reset and just repeat what I was saying, which was basically hello. I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. Hope you're having a good weekend. Didn't hear a word. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. I didn't really get very far, so I appreciate the heads up. Welcome Darth Magog, welcome Luan, welcome Sari. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful evening. All I said was, first of all, Darth Magog, I wanted to take a minute and congratulate you on the launching and the growth of your stream. Um, Wait, one second. Now I'm noticing another problem with the stream. There we go. Okay, that was cut out too. All right, here we go. So, off to a really wonderful start for this lovely topic this evening. Anyway, um, congratulations on the growth of your channel and everything that's been going on there. I wanted to say I hope that you're giving yourself some time to breathe because there's a lot of content coming out. But that's like sort of tongue in cheek, basically. Just glad to see all of the stuff that's coming out. I'm a little behind. I have a little bit of a Magog backlog that I need to get to, including like the ground vehicle stuff and the hero. Was it the hero vehicles or something like that? So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, congratulations again. Congratulations on 300. That's huge. And I hope it just keeps on being everything you want it to be. And Saria, so I listened to the videos that you mentioned were like your two like magnum opus if you consider both of them both of them together. Yeah, the Magog backlog. um and I really enjoyed them. I think some of them like went a bit over my head because I probably didn't give them enough attention, so they are living rent free in my backlog for now, and I'm going to give them another listen. But everything that I heard so far was, or that I read, um listened to, experienced, etc., in my first listen through was great. And I just wanted to thank you again for both that and also for all of the great conversation about Zelda and the space time stuff that's been going on in the Discord. That's been so much fun, and I've been learning a lot, and I really do appreciate it. And thank you to everybody who stopped by and joined the Discord and participated in the conversations. We've had some good debates that have been going on. We've had people like some new people that have joined, some people that we met back over in the in Sage's server that have stopped by and said hello, and somebody, I think it was Looney, right, who was moderating that debate, just like volunteered to do so. So just wanted to express gratitude for all of that. You guys have been fucking awesome, and I really appreciate you having you around. So yeah, hope you're all doing well. Just wanted to touch base about all that. Yes, I also am happy to talk about cute princesses today, as well as like I enjoyed the hand sanitizer and goat parade. Sorry, I guess it's not showing your emoji messages from before, but I was enjoying that too earlier in the day. Um, oh yeah, if you want a copy of the Discord link, I can set you up with that real quick. I tried to do that last time, and we ran into some issues, but I think I have it resolved now. So let me just try this. So, invite people, copy. Let me try this. Yeah, so there's a link to the Discord server. Please feel free, no pressure, of course, but please feel free to hop in and have a conversation with anybody if you like. It's a friendly, low-key community, and we're more than happy to have discussion on a variety of topics. So I'm glad Rioman is here. Hey, it's good to see you, Rioman. How you doing? I think I'm going to be responding. Were you the one who sent this video to me or shared it with me? How strong is the Naruto universe exactly by Key? This is the video that actually kind of inspired this. line of investigation this evening, so to speak. So I have to say thank you to whoever recommended this to me. I couldn't remember if it was Fod or if it was Ryomen. It's been sitting on my like playlist for a while, but I listened to it last week and I was like, okay, I gotta talk about this. So, um, Luan asks if you missed out a lot on these past few weeks. Yes and no. The past, I think, 3 weeks of streams, we've basically been talking about Lightspeed and Naruto, and that's something that I wanted to talk about for a long time, but I was very hesitant because I feel like there's just every time I felt like I'm ready to talk about it, then I would be like, oh well, I should look into this more, or like I'm not done researching that or whatever, and so I kept procrastinating about it. But I think the previous 3 streams were on Lightspeed Naruto, and I was not necessarily debunking it, but I was trying to say like, here are my problems with the arguments overall. Here's what I don't agree with it, and here's what I'd like people to do to think about it differently. And then this sort of transitioned into multiversal stuff or universal stuff. You probably remember that we talked about Noodles' multiversal video ages ago, but people have been continuing to talk about this topic. I remember at the time when we talked about the multiversal stuff, I was like, well, I don't know if I should get into this because, it's like a 3 or 4 year old video, however old it was at the time, two to three maybe. And, maybe I should get off the Noodles hate train, and maybe this is just like, I don't know if this is a big deal anymore. But then, Seth and Noodles did another video on it, and then recently TG did a video on the subject, and then I found this video, or somebody sent me this video from Key, and I keep seeing it show up in shorts and in occasional video recommendations. So I do think it's still a discussion that people are having. And, in this video from Key, I did actually notice that there are a lot of arguments that we already talked about in the discussion of Noodles' video, but also a lot of new stuff that's interesting too. So before we get further into the stream, I do want to say, the goal of the stream is to discuss Universal Naruto as a concept, to go over the, I guess, like the meta, like the main arguments for Universal Naruto. I hold the position that that Naruto characters are not universal, provably, meaning that I don't think that there's any strong, solid, reliable evidence demonstrating that they are universal. And when I say universal, I'm using the Powerscaling definition of universal, which means that a character who is universal can either destroy a construct or like an energy mass or whatever that is equivalent to our known universe, or they can perform a similar act of creation. So basically, they need to be able to output the energy equivalent of destroying our universe. They don't need to necessarily be like ever have done that, and it doesn't necessarily have to be with like in any particular sort of attack. Although VSB, I think, does define it as a it has to be like an omnidirectional blast, and it has to be a single attack in order to count as universal. I see some people mentioning universal threat in the chat, and I'm going to respond to that as well. That's a very good point, that there is a difference between being universal in the power scaling terminology and being a universal threat, right? So like if Frieza in Dragon Ball is capable of blowing up one planet at a time and he's immortal, by the end of the universe, and if he wants to just destroy everything, he can take as much time as he wants to and go around and blow up every planet and every star individually. That doesn't make him universe, like assuming that he has the DC, like the destructive capacity to blow up any celestial object individually. Even if we assume that is the case, that doesn't make him universal in a power scaling term, because in power scaling, universal would mean he would be able to do all that shit at once, right? So there's some semantic differences to be aware of here, in the same way that, like, maybe it would be better to use a galaxy example for him, because Frieza has been shown to blow up planets, but never to be able to blow up an entire galaxy, whereas Majin Buu, I believe, is shown on panel blowing up a whole galaxy. So Frieza, you could call him a galaxy-level threat, but not a galaxy-level DC power scaling tier character, whereas Majin Buu would be both of those things, right? I hope that makes some sense. And then I'll go back in and read those specific messages as well and respond to all the great conversation that's been happening so far. So, this discussion, the goal is to go over the meta arguments, to also talk about some new arguments, and basically not so much to debunk Universal Naruto, although I don't think Naruto's universal, and I might like try to argue that. Well, I will try to argue that position as I go, but also just to kind of point out that like there are some persistently bad arguments and misinformation that are filtering through the community and or persisting in the community that kind of piss me off. So I'm gonna be kind of spicy with this one. I think I'm gonna let myself get a little mad. Please understand that my anger is not really at key. Like, I'm gonna be yelling at his video, but I don't have anything against him, and I want to give props for somebody who has clearly done a shitload of research, put in a lot of time, a lot of effort to really building his case in a way that feels genuine and passionate. It just so happens to be that a lot of the information I strongly disagree with, or I strongly disagree with the presentation. So as always, if I hadn't said this, I forget if I said this before, but please go check out his video. Consider giving him a like and a subscribe, and watch his video in context, because I'm going to be jumping around a lot. I'm going to be interrupting stuff, and you always want to get it from the horse's mouth, because there's always a risk that I might unintentionally misrepresent something. So please give him some support. And Key, if you're watching this, thank you for accumulating all this evidence. Thank you for exposing me to some new arguments that I hadn't heard before. And as I start to get spicier over the course of the stream, please, give me the benefit of the doubt. Be patient with me, because I'm not, like, when I get angry, it's like I'm not trying to start shit with you or like to be aggressive towards your content. I'm just kind of pissed because like I've dealt with some of these arguments before, and some of the other people, like Noodle specifically, I find have been dishonest, and so I'm already kind of pissed going into this. It's not your fault, so hopefully you understand where I'm coming from. I'm sure you've run into stuff like this before. If you want to talk about it on Discord or anything like that, I'm more than happy to. So tonight we're going to be talking about Kaguya, I hope. We have a bit of homework to do in going over Road to Ninja and some of the games as well, but the goal is eventually building towards understanding Kaguya and her dimensions, because at the end of the day, the primary arguments for Multiversal Naruto kind of stem from Kaguya. And if you can't, in my opinion, if you can't establish Kaguya to be universal, or even like solar system level or whatever, then it's kind of hard to build a case for, certainly for pre-Shippuden characters to be so. Largely speaking, Kaguya herself is the character that gets argued to be the most objectively, like demonstrably universal, and then you would say that other characters scale to her, and then like tertiary characters scale to those secondary characters, so to speak, and then build it from there. But if she's not universal, then that kind of falls apart. Now you can start a separate, like, independent scaling chain going off of like Momoshiki or Toneri, or especially I guess Shibai. Theoretically, she's less relevant because Shibai is not, we don't have much information on Shibai at this point, but like you don't have to start from Kaguya, but a lot of the times it does. And I'm here to here to basically rain on everybody's parade and explain why I don't think she's that high. But that being said, before I get into this whole thing, let me catch up on chat, see how y'all are doing, and yeah, then we'll take it from there. So let's see. Saria says, "Oh yeah, have you guys seen the video saying Cell was like a universal threat?" Up into my feet and I nearly died. I don't think so. I think, didn't Weeaboo Warrior have a debate about Cell being a universal threat recently? That might be the one that I'm thinking of. That was a good debate. As usual, like, Weeaboo Warrior handled himself really well, and I think he won that debate. But yeah, it would be curious to know what that's all about. I'm guessing it was like a similar thing, right? I think I saw you guys talking a little bit about that. Rioman says you didn't send the video. Okay, it might have been Fod, or it might have been I'm sorry, I forget who it was, but thank you again for sending it to me, and then I'll try and look on Discord later and see if I can figure that out. Or maybe it was in the Walkie Talkie podcast Discord in the Reacts channel. I'll have to go look it up. But thank you anyway. Whoever is responsible for this, well, you are to thank or potentially to blame for the next like month of my streams, like yelling, angry man, old man yells at cloud or whatever. It's your fault. So thanks for that. Saria says, I'd like to agree overtime Cell is a danger to the universe, but just in general is crazy. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I think we're on the same page here. Like, he could potentially kill everybody in the universe, maybe, I mean, depending on what's out there. I don't know if maybe, like, on the complete other side of the universe, like, billions of light years away, maybe there's another being that's stronger than Cell. But, I mean, I guess, like, Super kind of seems to be implying that the characters that we've seen are the strongest characters out there for the most part, right? Like that's the whole idea behind the Tournament of Power. The strongest characters from various universes are gathering. So if you take that into account, then yeah, I mean, like, I don't think Cell scales that high, but let's just pretend that he won the Cell games and then he just kind of kept absorbing people and getting stronger. I think eventually he would probably take out the universe if he was immortal, but that doesn't mean he's universal in the VSB standard definition, so to speak, right? But yeah, solar system level at highball. Cell is nowhere near universal. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, if you agree that Cell is nowhere near universal, I hope that you would agree that Kaguya is also nowhere near universal, because like just the feats that we see Cell accomplish on panel, what he's implied to be capable of doing, just seem that much higher, especially compared to who he scales to within his own universe. But that being said, you might find that a contentious take, so we'll see if we agree on that. That's okay if we don't. Let's see. Ryoman says solar system level highball, and even that can be questioned as a chain reaction. Feats are common in Dragon Ball, and there's an anti-feat for characters stronger than Cell. Yeah, so like I wonder, do you guys think that Frieza is planetary? Like let's assume that let's pretend that the that him destroying Vegeta never happened, the planet Vegeta, and let's assume that Namek is exactly the same size and dimensions as our Earth. And Frieza does that thing to Namek that he does in the story. He flings that ball into Namek, and then it causes a chain reaction, which causes Namek to explode later. And let's say that that sphere is the upper limit of his power. Like, he wasn't actually holding back, right? We would say that he's actually just below planetary, right? Because he wasn't actually capable of outright destroying the planet. He just did enough damage to set off a chain reaction. Would you guys agree with that interpretation of the term planetary? To be planetary in the strictest VSB style definition, he would have to blow the whole fucking thing up, or have another feat that's like energetically equivalent, right? Fuck, I'm already stuttering. It's like 10 minutes in. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Could make an argument for Cell threatening the universe over time. Yeah, okay. Unless he runs into the Majins or anyone from GT Super. Yeah, you guys kind of beat me to it. Luan Jack says, I mean, Cell is a universal threat, but he's not universal power. Okay, yeah, I think we're kind of like on the same page. Cell will never be built like Apollo. Interesting. Apollo and Cell got nothing to... Oh, yeah, exactly. That fucking... fan is just blowing all of them away. That fan is cleaving through... the 7 multiverses, or however many there are in how many universes are there actually in Dragon Ball Super? I forget. Are they like 11 or 12? Anyway, there are 0 now because of Temari. So you ironically think Temari destroys Cell? I would love to hear that debate. Like, I would pay to hear that debate happen, although I'm not prepared to take a stand just yet. I mean, you've got like the one of the strongest. No, he's just a Clash of Titans, man. There's no clear victor as far as I can tell. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So, let's see. Dr. Strangle. Hey, Dr. Strangle, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Dr. Strangle says the omnidirectional thing is just part of the defining the energy needed as a big part of the calculation between solar system level to universal level is the distance between things and the fall of energy. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. So, like, if all of the matter and energy in the universe were condensed into one singular construct or object, and then the rest of, like, quote-unquote empty space was behind it or elsewhere, you could still blow, as long as you destroy that construct that's composed of all the energy and matter, you would still be universal. Like, you don't have to fill up the whole space or the whole void with your thing. You just have to be able to, like, break all the stuff in it, and it's described as being an omnidirectional ball specifically because that's how it gets everywhere to break everything in the first place. But that's more like a contrivance, basically, or like a technicality. That Apollo scene is like the perfect example of the power miracles. With this lore, yeah, I'm still kind of behind on that, but that's cool. Dimensions and quotes, I'm not sure. Oh, the Knights of the Zodiac, yeah, that sounds cool. With the Apollo feat. I keep I appreciate like the suggestions and recommendations for things like verses and stuff to get into, both explicit and implicit, because I wind up learning from you folks, and like I gotten into Vagabond recently based on somebody's recommendation. And then, of course, Clair Obscure, as like Saria will very well know, I got into based on your recommendations. So I really do very much appreciate it. Um, you think everyone from Dragon Ball loses to Kakuzu? Holy shit! Well, we stand Kakuzu over here. We stand the underrepresented underdog on this channel. So I won't. As long as you still put Pain above Kakuzu, as long as Kakuzu is in his proper place under Pain, then feel free to gas him all day long. You'll get no interruptions from me in that regard. Um, Dr. Strangle says, if I have a piece of unobtainium that requires 10 to the negative 92 joules to bend, then that would still be, okay, yeah. So you, again, you guys are doing a great job of like kind of beating me to the explanations that I reach for, but I guess that's a good thing because we're like on the same page about that. It seems like I'm kind of getting. Oh, here's a lovely expression that I heard recently. I am smelling what you're stepping in. I'm so glad that expression has entered my life, and now you get to share it with me. Thank you for being here for this moment. this moment in my life. So Sari says Cell would have won the Cell games if Goku didn't whisper sweet nothings to go on from beyond the grave. This is true. The calm, reassuring, gentle lapping waves of a father's love can stop any like evil force in the universe. That's the core message of Dragon Ball Z, and honestly, it seems to be the core message of some of the Naruto media as well. So it's just a bit of shonen overlap there. The raw durability. The raw durability is never going to die. Raw durability is just like a cornerstone meme in the community and also throughout the I actually don't mind the phrase raw durability. The only thing that pisses me off about the raw durability thing is that it was Parrot saying that the Raikage had better raw durability than Kakuzu, and now everybody attributes it to Noodles and his saying that like they associate it with Noodles and they associate it with Kakuzu having raw durability, but that was the point, was that Kakuzu was the one who specifically didn't have raw durability, and the third Raikage 3A, the Edo version of him, was the one who did have the higher raw durability. So basically, I don't even mind the use of the phrase or anything. I just feel like crappy because Parrot isn't getting credit for his contribution. Noodles Noodles is getting the credit, and Kakuzu is getting the credit instead of fucking the Raikage. And I think it's because of Swag's video where he just like kind of edited things out of context, but whatever. It's fucking 5 or 6 years ago now, maybe even longer. It's been a long fucking time. Whatever. But anyway, wish people would get that right, but it's fine. Dr. Magog says, I only assume... Oh, wait, hang on. Realman says, I don't think Frieza's planetary because I scale every Dragon Ball character except for Toribot to paper level. Oh, well, that's fine. Toribot... I don't even know who that is, so I'm not going to lie. But, yeah, I mean, I think we can probably get, like, that little sort of cutesy character that's the in charge of the whole universe or whatever. I think he's probably like kitchen knife level, but everybody else like paper. Maybe like crinkly autumn desiccated leaf level potentially, or like a small tuft of hair being blown down the street like a tumbleweed level. I think that should be a category that's introduced. Darth Magog says, I only assume Frieza's planetary because he demonstrated the ability to use a supernova and wipe out planet. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, that was when he did so against Vegeta, right? Against Planet Vegeta. That makes sense. Toribot is wall level with superhuman speed. Gotta look this guy up later. Sorry says, it's been 3,000 years. You said that was a Pokemon reference. I don't recall what that is. The first thing I thought of was the... like Rita Repulsa coming out of the sewer grate and being like, after 10,000 years, I'm free. But now, of course, I'm imagining Pikachu popping his like stupid little head out and saying the same thing. I doubt that's what you were going for, but thank you for putting that image in my head. Dr. Strangle says, limited low ball, no one in Dragon Ball Z, as Dragon Ball falls into the planet core destruction sci-fi trope. Okay, gotcha. So... yeah, so it's the thing where they would have to be shown to like wipe out the planet as opposed to just like triggering a chain reaction like we were talking about before. If everything in the universe was in one spot, blowing that part would be less energy than blowing away two planets to the opposite sides of the universe because the energy fall off over distance. Okay, yeah, that makes sense too. I appreciate the clarification there. Ryoman says, I think Kakuzu is top 8 in Akatsuki. Are there like only ever the 11 or 12 members in the Akatsuki at any given time. So I don't know if that's much of a compliment, but I mean, yeah, I would probably agree with you. That's the thing. I know it's sort of a bit of a oversimplification, and it's not going to win you anything in debates, but right, like the structure of the whole narrative is that it's kind of tropey, but they fight the weaker characters first, and then they go up the ladder and fight the stronger and stronger characters as they get up the ladder, right? It's just sort of a basic trope of like storytelling design. Now that does just because it's a trope, just because it's a tendency within the genre, doesn't mean we should just assume that that's the case here. But it does seem to line up. I mean, like Hidan. Funny thing about Hidan is that technically speaking, Hidan is arguably, through a very specific definition, quote unquote, the strongest, in that, like, he has an ability that is a total bullshit hack that could potentially just, like, mess up anybody all the way up to, like, KCM2 Naruto if he can get a drop of blood and if he's fast enough to, like, stab himself in the heart. Because I'm pretty sure, like, going back to the Neji fight in part 1, we're told you can't reinforce your internal organs with chakra. So if he gets blood and if he's fast enough to pull off his ritual before he gets, like, counterattacked or kicked out of his circle, there's a lot of fucking ifs, right? And his circle remains intact, so etc. etc. If he has, like, a perfect situation like that, then yeah, he should be able to do it because of his stupid bullshit Jashin hack. But that doesn't mean that he's, like, if he were to run the Akatsuki Gauntlet or the Jinchuriki Gauntlet, like, he's not getting anywhere, you know? Like, he's just never going to be able to. I don't even think he would be able to beat Kakuzu in a fight because of Kakuzu's, like, weird anatomy. He wouldn't be able to take out Sasori or Konan. I don't think he'd be able to do, like, you know, without going through the whole list, maybe Deidara, but, like, how is he going to catch him, right? So it's just, like, one of those things where I don't think it's safe to assume these things are true, but it also does wind up being consistent for there to be, like, a ladder of power. Although, I don't know, you know, once you get to, I think Virtue did a video recently, and he started off by saying that these are more like tiers, like Itachi and Pain and Obito are in tier 1, and nobody's really going to argue with that placement, right? And then here's tier 2, and here's the other characters in there. You can argue about the specific placement within tier 1, like you could say that Pain is stronger than Obito or vice versa, but nobody's going to argue that those, like, 3 of those characters are, like, supposed to be up there, right? So, yeah, let's see. I'm curious how if you got Kakuzu over Kisame, Flat Sword Koshigaki. Ryoman says, I don't. I think he loses to Pain. Obito, Itachi, Sasori, Konan, Kisame, Orochimaru. Oh, yeah, I always forget about Orochimaru. That's a good point. Wins against the rest with Deidara. It's tricky. Yeah, I think Deidara would just outspeed him. But, I mean, I think there are win conditions for both characters. I don't think that that he's got an out for if Deidara uses the, like, disintegrating C4 thing. It's C4, right? That, like, has the micro bombs that just disintegrate everything. If he does that, then it's like, I don't know how Kakuzu is dealing with that. Like, Diamond Morph is not gonna fucking help him against that shit. But I mean, like, Deidara has to hit him, so, you know. And if he hides one of his hearts, or there's ways out of it potentially. And after that, it's like, okay, well, you only get to do that once, right? So I don't know. Debatable. Deidara versus Kakuzu is a debate I would listen to, like, for sure. Deidara has the, what does chat think about Konan versus Tsunade? My money would be on Tsunade for what it's worth. I'm not prepared to debate it or anything, but Konan has, like, probably better hacks than her in terms of her paper stuff, but, like, in the games, Konan can do some crazy shit, but Konan's abilities aren't, she's not necessarily as much of a tank or as much of a beast in combat. Like, her skills are more for, like, infiltration, interrogation, surveillance, and, like, attack negation, maneuverability, stuff like that. Sure, she can kill people, but it's not, like, her strong suit necessarily. Tsunade, I just think, has, like, more AP in all likelihood. Katsuyu is a fucking menace and, like, a real problem to deal with. And she has, like, slime and acid, and I think that might be effective against Konan's paper situation. Tsunade, like, the healings, I think, are, I mean, this is debatable, but I think the healings are probably more useful for Tsunade than just, like, the paper bomb stuff. I mean, like, Tsunade, assuming that she has, like, her Byakugo and it's all, like, charged up and everything, I think that's carrying her further than Konan's paper is. But then again, like, when we see Konan run out of her paper, it's after, you know, detonating billions of bombs, so that might be unfair to her. And I don't know that Tsunade is the most maneuverable person in the world, so I guess if Konan just like flies up in the air and continuously bombards Tsunade with round after round, like salvo after salvo of just artillery paper bombing for for hours or whatever she can do that, then you know what? She might actually be able to outlast Tsunade's healing and just chip her away. So, and then she can also use like her paper clones and like morph her body and kind of, yeah, you know what? I actually think that probably Tsunade has like is a better overall fighter than Konan, but with her various abilities and with her hacks and stuff, that she could probably out finesse Tsunade, because Tsunade is a much more direct fighter, less versatile in terms of her overall like ninjutsu repertoire and shit like that, right? Tsunade is a fucking tank. Tsunade is a frontline, like a weird kind of paradoxical frontline healer tank, with heavy, like high sustain and high utility, for that specific application. But Conan, I just think it's like, you know, who wins in a fight between a small, nimble bomber and a giant, bulky, slow aircraft carrier? You know, it could go either way, but not an aircraft carrier, like a destroyer, like a battleship. You know, it can really go either way. But ultimately, even if that, I mean, like, I don't need to tell this to Magog, but like, you know, who wins in a fight, the Death Star or one shitty tiny piss little X-wing? Right? Obviously, the X-wing is not winning because it's just this tiny little shitty thing, and it's much less powerful, and it doesn't have a big, powerful mega laser that can blow up planets. Right? The Death Star is planetary, and the X-wing is just like, I don't know, like paper level. It's like a small building level, or something like that. But guess who won? Right? It was obviously the X-wing. So it really just depends on like application and tactics and vulnerability exploitation and stuff. It's not as simple as who has the greatest strength or whatever. Going back up, Darth Magog says Data has the advantage of his explosion killing Asani in level summit. That's a good point. That's a very good point too. Depends on the location, how much prep. Oh yeah, the prep time is going to factor into it very largely. No prep, just a standard 1v1. Yeah, well, I think like Conan's strength does increase like drastically if she has time to prep, so that's a very important consideration. Naruto's JRPG, they beat they beat the easier bosses first, then move up. Honestly, yeah, and that's consistent with the games too. That we'll talk about later tonight. No, to attack eye speed and reaction speed, it's possible. Yeah, I do think it changes a bit between part 1 and part 2. Ironically, Tsunade has, well, I have to go over the Madara fight. It's tricky to scale Tsunade because I think her 100 healings like activation is stronger in the war arc probably, but it's harder to isolate her feats since she's like fighting in this big melee with all these other people. But it's not impossible. I just have to like go through it again and be very careful because I have only a vague image in my head of that whole sequence of the war. Rion was asking what part you want me to explain. Oh, okay, gotcha. Saria says you can't reinforce your internal organs with chakra yet. Never say never with the Otsutsuki clan. This is not derogatory. Oh, you love the Otsutsuki. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I love. I do like a lot about them. I really like the narrative of like this almost arrogant, spoiled brat prince. You know, having his own of Momoshiki, like having this like, as an archetype. I don't know if he's actually royalty, but he acts like that, right? Having his like Emperor's New Groove moment of getting stuck inside the head of like this stinky little kid, basically just having to be like a grumpy mental roommate. I wish that they spent more time interacting with each other because I want them to have like a vaguely Kurama and Naruto-ish relationship. And they don't have to wind up being friends, but I want them to grow to respect each other more. And I feel like, you know, just like he's up there all the time. Like if I had an asshole alien living in my psyche, I would probably spend most of my time like poking it and just being like, "Hey, tell me something about a star. Tell me something about a moon. Tell me something about like." Just be like really annoying. If he's gonna live in my fucking brain rent free, then he's gonna tell me some cool stories about the universe or something. Like Boruto doesn't seem particularly interested in availing himself of a vast font of cosmic knowledge that's just with him at all times. He just uses it for fights. So whatever. Guess we'll see where that goes. Won't you explain what you think Conan wins into detail? Oh, C0, I think. Okay, thank you, Darth Magog. I could never remember if it was C0 or C4. Luan says, I mean, Conan wins, but it's more of a bad matchup. Yeah, the matchup style definitely match. Oh, yeah, and so it's like, we could say, like, if I was having a debate on this, I would say that, like, Conan gets prep and then specify what prep, but then, he gets, like, a week of prep time or something like that. I don't know, but then Tsunade also gets to prep, and she gets to bring Katsuyu, because Katsuyu is a big part of, Tsunade's strength, and Conan's strength is enhanced by prep time. So I think that would just make the fight like more thorough, if that makes sense. Let's see. Darth Mega says, I think Conan wins against Tsunade in base, but 100 healing Tsunade probably takes against Conan without prep. That's fair. I think it's a fair take. Naruto did actually amp the durability of his internal organs in the Orochimaru fight, I think, says Ryoman. Oh, I didn't realize that. And he survived some hits to internal organs from Momoshiki, if I remember correctly, but it's probably connected to Kurama, like with Neji. Oh, yeah, with Kurama's chakra flowing through him, like him being able to heal, that makes sense. I think it's... We can go back and look at that fight, but I think it's probably more like he's healing very rapidly. Like Kabuto, right? Like, he starts healing preemptively, whatever that means, before he gets hit with the Rasengan, and it just hurts him too much, right? As opposed to, like, actually making his internal organs stronger. And he's a medical ninjutsu user or whatever, so... he survived some hits to his internal organs from Momoshiki. Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry says, I honestly think it's funnier that Momoshiki just ignores him. I haven't heard from Momoshiki in years, but he's literally always with you. Yeah, well, it probably says something about me that I'm not prepared to acknowledge yet, that I keep coming back to this. But one of the weirdest things about Naruto is at the end of it, Kurama saying that he's gonna go, or like, it's Hagoromo, right? He says, hey, Kurama, can you go back inside this 16-year-old boy and just be with him so that you can serve as like a hotline to be able to talk to all the other Bichu and shit? And he's like, sure. And then he spends his life just existing inside this person. And if he can see everything there, like, is he there when Hinata and Naruto like go on dates and ... etc.? Is he watching? Is like, is he's there and he can see what's happening outside? Is Naruto aware of that? Is he into that? Like, when Naruto, like, can Kurama put himself into like a state of torpor or hibernation so that he doesn't have to like cognitively, like, the whole house is shaking again, like he doesn't have to deal with the emotional damage of having to experience that or whatnot. And then when Naruto splits himself up into multiple clones, if Kurama's chakra gets split up too, does Kurama get more tired as well because Naruto's accruing that mental fatigue? Like, I don't know, it kind of seems like Kurama got the shit end of the stick. I don't know why he let himself get subjected to that, but whatever. Sukuna is better than Momoshiki. I am not qualified to say, so I'll just take your word for it. Darth Magog said, I'm not surprised, actually. Momoshiki is essentially immortal and probably hibernates. Oh, yeah, see, you fucking beating me to it. Maybe they have, like, a hibernation mode. The Ninetales is a freak, yeah. Kurama just be sleeping. I think I prefer that because, like, Naruto has a habit of, like, eating bad stuff and having unfortunate bathroom episodes and being, like... Can you imagine being Kurama and having to live with Naruto every time he just, like, goes and drinks bad milk out of his fridge or whatever, and just, like, it's no wonder he's so pissed. I'd be fucking pissed if I had to just endure that and I couldn't, like, turn my brain off. It's awful. I'm not a fan of Sukuna, but I hate JJK in general. Why do you hate JJK? Sorry, I'd love to hear more about that. I got, like, 20 chapters in or so, and I was like... I really liked some of the character designs, like the guy, is it Jogo, who has like the volcano on his head? I don't know if he's supposed to be a kappa or whatnot, but his character design, there's some other character designs, I think there was a panda or something, and then like the fight with Gojo versus Jogo was awesome, and the design of like Malevolent Shrine, there's some artwork in there that's fucking awesome, but I think I just like... found myself daydreaming halfway through like chapter 25 or something, or at, like whatever the arc is that happened after that fight, and then I woke up, so to speak, and then I was like, I have no idea what the fuck is happening. Like, what is happening in this story? I just read like 5 chapters and my brain didn't process anything of it. There was like a guy down in the sewer who was killing people, and then a guy with a hammer showed up and fought him, and I just like... it was just stuff happening. I don't want to be mean or anything, but my brain was like unable to latch on to anything narratively. I don't have a character that I love or that I'm rooting for, or even that I just want to see is so like weird that I want to see what happens. Like Denji in Chainsaw Man, I don't really like him as a character, but he's compelling and interesting and weird, and I want to see what happens to him. If that makes sense. But I don't really have a relationship with anybody like that in JJK. It's just like, you know, they're I get like not Itadori is kind of cool. Like he's kind of a dumb like lawful stupid kind of character, but a good decent sort of hero archetype. But I mean like even then I don't even remember. He wants the world to be peaceful. That's cool, but I don't remember. I don't know. I like the idea of like going around with Sukuna like collecting the fingers. Like I want to see that. That's the one kind of draw that I have. I want to see who has the fingers and like how they get them and how Sukuna's relationship with Yuji changes over time and how that interfaces with Gojo. I think that little like weird love triangle is actually the most interesting thing to me about the story. Everything else, like the rival schools, the murderer down in the sewers, like whatever. I didn't really connect with that personally. But that's just me. I think probably because I was coming off of Mob Psycho, and I feel like there was enough overlap with that, and I loved Mob Psycho so much that like I was feeling like I was getting almost like an echo of it as opposed to something that was like very strong on its own. So I'm biased clearly. Zarya says, yes, it's just very, very much not for me. Oh, that, yeah, that's totally fine. It's very similar to how I feel about Spy X Family. Like, I read the manga long before the anime, and I was like, nah. But both fandoms don't accept you, not like, oh, yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm convinced that there is no such thing as just that, like, a generally, like, benevolent fandom. I guess the only thing that there are some fandoms where like the members of the fandom are just so busy obsessing over like the crushes that they have on the characters that they will probably leave you alone because they're too busy just fantasizing about what like Supernatural, right? Or I don't know if you remember Super Wholock, which is Supernatural, Doctor Who, and Sherlock. Like basically, it's just a bunch of people being like, "Well, I want to make out with Sherlock. Oh, that's cool. While you're doing that, I'm gonna make out with Sherlock when you're done with him, and also with Moriarty. Oh, cool. Well, I'm gonna make out with Doctor Who. Which Doctor? Yes. You know, it's just kind of like, you know, trading their favorite things as opposed to. But I'm sure that there's a violent side of that where it's like people have drawn battle lines over which characters are the best kissers or what. I don't fucking know. That's not. It's none of my business. Hey, Spy X Family's better than JJK. That sounds like a spicy take, but I'll take your word for it. Astro Boy fandom just waiting for your next novel. Oh, nice. So that's like I'm guessing the Astro Boy fandom is one like bastion of sanity amidst the chaos. Did we talk about the I think we talked last time about the Kimba the White Lion video and your movie sucks' breakdown of that. I don't know if you'd actually find that interesting though. I enjoyed it, but also YMS is like he I don't even know. I don't want to get into a whole thing. I've enjoyed his stuff over the years, and also I think his sense of humor overlaps with the sort of 4chan style humor that I think leans a bit too much into the hey, we should be able to laugh at anything, so I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want. And if you say that was offensive, then you're the one who has a problem, man, because you can't take a joke. You know, like that sort of humor. Do you know what I mean? Sort of like some of the South Park style of humor where it's just like, yeah, you fucking just be offensive because it's funny to be offensive. And I don't know. I think some of that works his way into things, and it's like I really, really, really don't like The Lion King 2019. And I think that like I have worked on remakes in the video games industry, and all of the things that he talks about in the in that video about how like toxic remakes can be are on point and apply to my industry. So I like it, and I like to share it with other people. But I think I kind of lean into that humor more because he happens to be attacking something that I also hate. And if that were you know, if those same exact jokes were applied to something that I liked, I'd probably be upset. Like, to be honest, it's a bit of a double standard. Luan says apparently the Voltron fandom sent cupcakes filled with glass to. Oh my fucking god, that's diabolical. Are you serious? What the fuck is wrong with those people? It's completely unacceptable. I hope they detected it before anybody got hurt. Fucking hell. The fuck is wrong with people sometimes? Well, Saria says, we're literally on life support, but everyone got excited seeing the new design for the upcoming series. The amount of femboy Astro memes that have risen are absolutely peak. That's cool. I'm glad that there is at least some, like, the community's kind of keeping things alive, and that's all you need, right? Like, we thought we in the Silent Hill fandom, and you want to talk about a fucking toxic fandom, like that is one that I was deep into. We thought that the whole series was dead and everything was gone and everything was, you know, done, and we've gotten some new life breathed into the franchise. And look, not everybody liked Silent Hill F. Not everybody liked the remake of 2. Not everybody liked Short Message. Not everybody, well, nobody liked Ascension. sorry, Ascension team, but nope, that was a no. Not everybody's gonna like Townfall, but between all of that, at least some of us are gonna be happy. And if we we just keep moving forward and giving feedback, eventually we might get another like true Silent Hill game. Ryo Minigami says, my fucking god, dude. Noodles versus 6, better person morally. Noodles load. No fucking way. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay, look. Let me say this. We, including myself, unfortunately, like all of us on the internet, you're only really interacting with us or parasocially with our personas. So I don't know anything about Noodles or how he is in his real life. I don't know anything about Six or how he is in his real life. What I'll say, and so like I can't really judge anybody's character truly because I don't really know them. I don't know how much of what they do is a performance or whatever. And I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But that being said, I will say that one person like repeatedly called me homophobic and ableist slurs, and the other person, when I accused him of being homophobic, reached out to me personally, took time out of his day to talk to me like a human being and resolved things. And I'm pretty sure you can guess which one is which, and I'll just leave that at that. Let's start talking about Princess Kaguya. Yeah, we will get there, Luan. I think usually the first hour or so of each stream winds up being like a Q&A kind of chat type thing, and then around the 1 hour mark we will get started. And you know what, I'm just for you, I will also actually leave some fucking timestamps this time. So we're going to, just to be transparent, we're going to start talking about like responding to this video, we're going to start talking about the Izanagi and Road to Ninja and stuff like that. And the Kaguya stuff comes in around here. So I hope we'll get to it tonight. If we don't get to it tonight, though, and you really just want to be here for the Kaguya stuff, I won't waste your time. And we will definitely be talking about Kaguya next time. So I'll leave timestamps. Like, obviously, please feel free to hang out and chat and all that. But if you're specifically here for the Kaguya, we might not get to that for a little while. So I'll leave timestamps in the description of the video. And I will also again post about like when I specifically start talking about Kaguya, so that you don't have to like search around for it. I am definitely eager to get to talking about her. Don't worry. That being said, Saria says the Silent Hill fandom is toxic. The Little Nightmares 3 fandom shitting on the third game just because it wasn't made by the same development team as 1 and 2, and they didn't like the ending or lore. Oh yeah, I heard that people were pretty upset about that. But I didn't actually look into it. I got everything that I needed to out of Little Nightmares 1 and 2, and when I saw the trailer for 3, I was just like, yeah, that looks like more of that, but I'm kind of good. You know, like, Soma is one of my favorite games of all time, but when when you get to the end of Soma, no question, no spoilers, because it needs to be experienced blind. When you get to the end of Soma, I just kind of like, that was fucking amazing. I don't need to play this anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need a sequel. You said exactly what you needed to say. You said it so fucking well, and now I just want to like we don't need a Hereditary 2. You know what I mean? Like, if you've seen that movie, you know exactly what I mean. It's just like, yeah, I want more stuff from that director, Ari Aster, I think is his name. I want more movies from him. He did Midsommar, which is great too, but like, we don't need a fucking Hereditary sequel. And so I'm kind of like, yep, Little Nightmares, it was great. Now do something else, please. Thank you. Your little Pog Champ. Yeah, we can all be like join the Kaguya Pog Champ Society. Ryomen says Noodle sources D1 immorality, D1 no low. I mean, like, I don't. Again, I'm not gonna. I know you're probably just asking as a joke. I'm not going to make like a moral judgment on people I really don't know. Um, I will say I listened to D1's debate with Sage recently. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that guy. Like, he just D1 specifically, he doesn't sound okay. I disagree with some of Sage's tactics. There sometimes I think some of the things he says and the way that he approaches arguments are very frustrating. I'm not gonna lie, and you've heard me get upset about it before. But as a person, like, he doesn't like go out of his way to fuck with people. He's genuinely like pretty patient and understanding. Like, I don't agree with him on everything. Like, I'm sure if we had a debate, we could potentially get heated about this or that other thing. But like, as a person, as just a fellow creator in this space, like, he's always been courteous. He's always like taking the time to talk to people he disagrees with and hear them out, and like write people long responses to things and stuff like that. And so, like, how I've never heard him like crash out. I've never heard him like actually I don't think I've ever even heard him swear. So to get him to that point in that debate, like, you have to be working overtime to be an asshole. So I mean, like, again, I don't know what's going on with D1. I'm not sitting here to judge him. It's not my place. But yeah, his conduct was like really, really weird, and I hope he gets over whatever he's going through, and I hope he realizes that, like Noodles does, that they're not like, people like Sage are not their enemies. Like, they're not out to fuck with them, and they don't have to treat every conversation as like what do you call it, like a aggressive competition. You just like talk to people as a human being. If you disagree, then whatever, let's go do something else. Like, it's not that serious. I don't I don't understand, like, when he does that thing where he tries to say as many syllables per second as possible. I would like to ask him, like, what is it that you think you're accomplishing? Like, what is your goal? What are you hoping to achieve when you do that? What's going through your head? I'm no judgment. I just want to understand. I don't fucking understand what happens in that server with people like interrupting each other and calling each other pussy or whatever just for like having an opinion. Like, calm the fuck down, guys. It's not that fucking serious. Anyway, Kaguya. So let's talk about some fucking Kaguya. Let's talk about some multiversal Naruto. So let me put a timestamp here. This is what are we at? 51:55. Start of convo. Okay, get started. Of course, keep the questions coming. Let me know if you have any other things you want to talk about or diversions you want to take. It's a freeform sort of thing. But we're gonna get started. And Lawan, if you're still here, you're still listening, just so you know, I think when I'm done with this series, like over the holidays, I'm going to make a video. I think I haven't decided if it's going to be shorts or if it's going to be like a full edited video, but I'm kind of realizing that if I genuinely want my videos to be like resources that people can look up later. So if somebody wants just a shitload of information on Universal Naruto, they can kind of go to my video like they would go to a wiki page or something like that. But I'm realizing that, like, my having like long extended conversations in the middle, and also having like that topic spread out over 4 or 5 videos, meaning like 20 hours of content, is kind of a big ask. So I think now, once we kind of get through this over the course of the next month, I'd like to take some time over the holidays to kind of make a simpler, edited down 20 to 30 minute video, kind of like this, actually, kind of like Key's video, and just kind of go over the topic in general, and hopefully that'll be more of a useful resource. But yes, Kaguya is going to feature heavily. We're going to build up to her today, and then next week is going to be all about Kaguya. So let's, without further ado, jump into it. Again, once more, today we're going to be talking about Universal Naruto, the concept of Naruto characters being capable of outputting an energy equivalent of destroying our known universe. I'm going to be responding to a video from Key. Please go to Key's YouTube channel and support him. Watch the video, see it in context. And we're just going to be hitting play here and listening to his arguments and going through. And of course, let me know if you have any questions, etc., etc. Disclaimer. Let's get going. This might be a little loud. 3, 2, 1, go.
As far as Powerscaling goes, Naruto is perhaps one of the most underestimated verses out there, with a lot of people still believing that those characters cap at planetary or star level, and I think that it's time to once again educate the masses on this.
So, I appreciate that. His perspective seems to be providing education and understanding right off the gate. or out of the gate. So, I am going to be pretty nitpicky here. I'm going to be pretty spicy, as I mentioned before, but let's give the benefit of the doubt here that his motivation is to try to educate the masses, as he says.
Before we
And also, before we dive too deep into this, I want to mention that I understand that there's some degree of conflict between Naruto and other series, and I think that there's probably been some animosity between those fandoms, and that people downplay and try to make fun of Naruto for having less power. And so I think that there's maybe a feeling that we have to build up. Oh, it's very quiet. Okay, sorry. Thank you for letting me know. Let me bump that up a little bit. Um, that's gonna bump the music up too. 1 second, let me bring that down. Okay, so I think that's also going to get us into a situation where we feel the need to kind of build up our universe in order to be competitive with others or not get made fun of or whatever. But at the end of the day, we got to be honest, I think, and straightforward about where our universe actually is. Oh yeah, sorry. Before I saw your messages, and I rapped your rap out of context to my partner, and she looked like I was losing my fucking mind. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Keyblade, Game On. Key makes pretty good debunks on DB. Yeah, I've been through a few of his videos, and I definitely want to see more of his content because I've been enjoying it quite a bit. Sorry, it says chilling out with the crew in the schoolyard, finding trouble, never looking too hard. Back at class, they never taught us this. Some things you gotta learn, hit or miss. God damn it, this is on recording now. The GX dub, pity they never finished that. I might like Elemental Heroes better if they did. Saria, have you seen the Big Green dub for Dragon Ball? I just rediscovered that this weekend. It's fucking losing my mind. Key versus I don't know anything about. I mean, I'll leave that up to you. I don't really know anything about Key. I've seen a few of his videos. I disagree with a lot of what he says, and I respect his effort anyway. So that's kind of where we're at.
we begin, let's establish
Let me know how the volume is, please.
what material we will be using. We will obviously be using the primary canons, which includes the manga and the novels, which are all acknowledged as canonical. We will
Okay. I would appreciate if when people share stuff like this, if they would please share a translation and a website, because I mean, I think Sage showed this in one of his videos, and so I'm familiar with it. But for people who don't know, this is a foreign language. If you're an English speaking person and you don't necessarily have an immediate resource to translate it or know where it's coming from or know if it's legit, so it's also the case that I see the last up here, and the last is probably canon, but I see a bunch of other stuff that I don't recognize. Okay, there's the Itachi novels. I do see the timeline, but I'm also not seeing, are these the timelines for the individual novels themselves? Is this a sequence in which they're intended to be read? Is this a sequence in which the novels were released? How do we know for sure that these are all part of the same continuity, the same timeline, the same version of the story? The fact is, this one is in black, these two are in black, these are in white. Does the color coding mean something? Really, I can't really take this as any kind of useful data because I don't know what any of this shit means, right? So if you're going to use this as a source, please do a little bit more work in making it user friendly, if that makes sense. Kaioken. Yes, okay. So I think you know what I'm talking about, yeah. Darth Magog says, problem one, this guy is taking the novels as primary canon when they're just a homework assignment to sell toys or books. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, too, is, so you kind of precogging me again, which is totally fine. When talking about canon, I mean, I just watched all of the Naruto movies over the course of the last month, and some of them are they're basically just so removed, they don't really have anything to do with the main story, like the battle in the land of snow, that they could basically happen whenever. So I don't see any contradictions with the main story, and it's a fun story, and it's the plot is fun, and there's cool stuff that happens, and all the jutsu and the characters are portrayed accurately. And so I don't feel the need, if we're having a debate and somebody is hey, have you seen Battle in the Land of Snow, can we use feats from that movie, I would say yeah, totally. I wouldn't say, well, it's not canon, right? Because it's it still feels like an authentic depiction of the Naruto universe. But if somebody says, hey, can we use Road to Ninja, well, then it's more complicated, because in Road to Ninja, we're going to talk about this very extensively soon. Like, there are fundamental contradictions that just don't really make sense and that change the way that you look at characters. Like, Sakura is happy that her parents are dead in an alternate world so that she can just eat fruit cups all night. Like, she's happy that her parents are dead. It's like, do we really want that to be canon? I mean, like, obviously she doesn't know if they're really dead. She thinks they just don't exist in this alternate world, right? But still, like, she goes around being like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad I don't have parents anymore because now I can just eat like candy essentially, and I don't have to like tidy up my house when I get home." And then there's like this weird thing where Naruto and Kurama have this conversation where Kurama says, "Hey, I hate you, but I hate Madara even more, so I'm going to give you KCM too." For the duration of this fight, except a unique, different version of it that you never see before, and they have you never see later, and they have the same exact kind of like choreography where Naruto grabs his stomach and twists, and then the gates open, and then they both come out and they're facing the same way, like, yeah, let's do it, like team up mode activated or some shit like that, right? It's the same exact blocking and framing and like narrative surrounding when he gets KCM2 in the war, but then they just never talk about it, and they have the exact same conversation again later. It doesn't make any sense. So I mean, like, if you want to use one of Naruto's feats from that movie, you know, like, oh, look at here, he does like he flanks Menma and he uses a Rasen Shuriken or something like that, then yeah, that's probably fine. But if you want to say that that movie's canon, how the fuck do you reconcile that? To me, I've tried. I've gone over it. Like, I've watched that stupid movie like 6 times now, and I cannot find a way to put it into the main Naruto timeline. So, is it useful? Does it have interesting things in it? Is it worth looking at to understand Obito or the Tsukuyomi or something like that? Yeah, sure. Why not? It's an official piece of narrative. It's something that was made. It's just got the same voice actors. You know, Kishimoto's name is on the shit. But is it canon? Does it fit in with a timeline? Absolutely not. Like, I genuinely, like, if you paid me to, I could not find a way to convince you that this is part of the main canon by saying except by saying like Kishimoto's name is on it. That's the best I got, right? So Itachi knows that this shit that gets him up. I think Itachi's presence in the whole story is just to exist as a recipient for gas. Please don't take that out of context. Dr. Strangle said, when people complain about downplay, they're just complaining about people disagreeing with their scaling, and the harder they complain, the more likely it is there's no fire behind the smoke. I mean, you might be onto something there. I just want to like try to empathize with the idea that people might feel like their universe is being downtrodden or misrepresented, and like that's what motivates me to do my videos. It's just like I think that my universe, so to speak, is being overrepresented and like misrepresented in an upward direction, if that makes sense, as opposed to a downward direction. So, but I understand, like, it's sort of a difference in perspective, but overall, we kind of want the same thing. Like, we want for our vision of this thing that we love and are passionate about to be accurately represented, and we think that other people are doing a bad job of that, and so we're angry, right? So, like, I'm just saying that I get it, you know? I disagree, but I get it, I think, anyway. Let's see. Did I see? I thought I saw something about. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You said like, although he's a bit of an a-hole. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to comment on that, but fair enough. Um, Luan says to. Oh wait, hang on a second. Darth Magog says Itachi was very talented and nobody was more talented than him, and Shisu is more talented until he isn't. Yeah, what you don't understand is that Itachi is the best and the coolest and the most talented guy in the world, except for Nagato, who's the strongest shinobi in the world, but Itachi even beat him. But Madara was even the most god of all the shinobi, but Hashirama was the shinobi god, but Madara was even more of a shinobi god than him. But then Itachi would beat him because even he is even a more of a god of the shinobi than he is. It's basically like, honestly, I feel like Masashi Kishimoto and fucking Hideo Kojima would be good friends, and if they wrote a story together, it would basically just be like Itachi and Solid Snake just one-upping each other the entire plot. For like, Solid Snake was the ultimate soldier. Oh yeah, well fucking Itachi was the ultimate ninja. Oh yeah, well Snake trained to be able to be a ninja too, so he was even more better. Oh yeah, well fucking Itachi can now use guns, so he's a gun ninja and he's even better. Like, anyway, it's just kind of funny. Let's see. Luan Jack says, from what I've seen, Key is on this guy Beta's neck because he tried to clout chase and talk shit about him in Drip Sauce's server. But from what I've seen, they're both assholes. Drip Sauce is a familiar name to me. Why do I know that name? Is he in Sage's server as well? I feel like I might be subscribed to him. I definitely know that name, but I'm not familiar with that drama. I hope that they aren't assholes to each other, but I mean, this community can be toxic, so, well, you know. Land of Snow feels like a filler episode, but you can squeeze it in with the other stuff. Yeah, it's like, you're right. It does feel like they wanted to do some kind of a fun spin-off thing, right? Like, it doesn't really fit in, but also it's kind of inoffensive. It doesn't break anything, and it's fucking cool. Like, there's some cool scenes in there. Like, I love the ending. I'm not gonna spoil it if you haven't seen it, but the final like resolution of the main plot is really cool. I really enjoyed it. I also enjoyed just how fucking brutal it got sometimes with those, like, I don't know what the term for it is, but this like trebuchet ballista things that were firing like hundreds of kunai at once that were just shredding through people. Like, felt like it was getting back to its gritty older self. You know, I really appreciated that. Land of Snow feels. Oh yeah, key slams, Zeta Beta immorality. Again, no comment, no comment. Don't know who these people are. Yeah, I'm not sure. Dr. Strangle says, I empathize as well. I feel the same way, but for upplay. Yeah. I figured we would be aligned on that. Ryoman says, I remember people a year ago saying JJK's author glazes Sukuna as much as Kishimoto glazes Itachi. I wonder if it's like a bit of like a self-insert. Like, everybody has to have their favorite character. Well, anyway, let's continue.
We'll also be losing secondary canons such as the Boruto anime, certain Naruto movies,
Okay,
and
let me just see 1 second.
also be losing secondary canons such as the Boruto anime, certain
Okay, so this is the novelization of the Boruto movie. This is one of the movies as well. I forget which one this is. This is the Crescent Moon Kingdom, I think. I definitely recognize that dude and these guys. So that's one. I think this is one of the movies. I watched them all back to back, and like, my brain is fried. I need to go back and rewatch them now. Okay, this is Road to Ninja. I think this is the comic adaptation. And then, or this could be a poster for the movie, but I think this is the comic tie-in. And then we have the actual, I guess this is the anime. Okay, that's fine.
Naruto movies and the Storm series, as long as the information we're
Okay. And Storm series, yep.
using doesn't blatantly contradict the manga.
And that's kind of what I was saying too. It's like, he's looking for as much information, casting as wide a net as possible, as long as it doesn't like outright contradict the source material, which I think is okay. If you asked me back when we were talking about noodle stuff, I probably would have said like, only use the manga. But here's the thing, like, each of these things are to a certain extent like official versions of the story, and even if there is one primary one, I still think we can learn things. And I think that, like, for at least for the purposes of engaging in a conversation here with Key, so to speak, like a parasocial conversation about this media, I'm going along with that. I'm saying, okay, for the purposes of the discussion, I agree. Let's see what all of these different things are saying, right? Because like, the reins of the franchise were given to different people at different times, and they were asked, show us what you think of the franchise. Like, these different teams of people writing the novels or doing the spin-off movies or whatever. Let's see what they have to say. Let's see what they think of Naruto as a series, how they brought it to life, and whether or not their vision of it clashes at all with the original series. And then we can make our determinations based on all of that together as a group. Oh, I see. 1 second. I'm sorry. The music is going to go way up. Sorry about that. I have to do a volume check later. Okay. And now... Okay, this is probably going to be way too loud. I'm bringing this down a little bit. Okay, I'm going to test the volume. Let me know how it sounds. 3, 2, 1.
is because each of those is canon to some capacity. Could each
It looks like it's outputting at the same level as my voice, so hopefully that's okay. Thank you for the heads up. Dr. Strangle, remember people saying a year ago JJK's author glazes Sukuna as much as he glazes Itachi, yeah. To me, yeah, I agree with the whole trivialization thing there for sure. I feel the same way. Let's see, Gege did show Gojo apologizing to Sukuna for being too fodder to make him serious in their fight. That's funny. Sorry, it says, I just follow Japan's idea that everything is canon unless they specifically say otherwise. That's how we know about the original Hyrule Warriors being canon, even though it's not main canon. Yeah, that's fine. As long as there's like some kind of acknowledgement or acceptance of it, I think that's totally fine. And like, Kishimoto is approving certain designs. That doesn't mean that everything is part of the same fucking timeline. That's the thing, though. Like, you can have multiple official, you know, like the various Zelda timelines that you've talked about before, right? They're all canon in their own right, but the same exact events aren't literally happening all within the same single branch. And that's, I think, if you're going to argue, like, let's only talk about things that happen from this branch, and somebody else says, well, this branch is also canon. Okay, but we agree we were just talking about stuff from this branch, right? So it's a matter of perspective and, like, defining your terms, I guess. Megok says, overpowered characters bore the shit out of me. Yeah, you want the struggle. You want the dynamic nature of the fights, the back and forth, right? Saria says it's part of the greater Zelda mythos. Meanwhile, the American-made Zelda stuff has said to the audience verbatim that not part of the franchise, and we know he's serious because Sonic, Soul Calibur, Mario Kart, Smash, Hyrule Warriors are all in the same, or are all in the still more Legends section of the lore book, but the cartoon and CDI games are just not added. Interesting. Okay. Oh, that sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Strangle. Appreciate that. Like, you rarely encounter media disclaimers that say official setting or derivative work when it comes to delineating products. Okay, yeah, that makes sense too. Using different media than the manga makes scaling more interesting. But yes, exactly, Roman. Yeah, it just like expands things. I think it's just like the example that I always come back to is the character of Pain and the fight of Pain versus Naruto in the village is very different in the manga versus the anime. And one of the key differences is that Pain's face is totally placid throughout that whole fight until the very end in the manga, where he says, like, you with no answers, no solutions, time to give it up. Like, that's the first time, basically, that we see him really emote and, like, really give in to his anger and emotions. And so it all kind of culminates in his, like, this facade of him being, like this god that's sort of impenetrable and above everybody else and superior and blah 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 blah, right? Like, that all kind of comes crashing down when you have, like, my hatred is still greater than yours, I think it's called. Sorry, this might be quite loud. Yeah, I won't even play because I don't want the yelling to be loud, but, like, look at this shit, right? Like, this, my pain is still far greater than yours. And then he does that. I mean, I actually kind of fucking love that animation because it's so goofy. But I mean, like, come on. Like, this is a very different portrayal of the character. Fucking character. I wasn't prepared for it. I knew it was coming, but I wasn't prepared for it. This is a very different portrayal of Pain. So, like, if you want to talk about the canon Pain, well, is the anime canon? Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, yeah, like, sure. But also, at the same time, like, Naruto and Pain's feats are very different, and this is not the same fucking guy. You know what I mean? Like, it is, but it isn't. Anyway. Oh my god, it almost killed me. Pain when Mecha Naruto shows up. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna talk about Mecha Naruto later, actually. Yeah. Strangle says I'm more concerned with continuousness than canonicity. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat there. Rule of cool trumps all. That's why I love crossover media. Yeah. We're gonna talk about Kaguya's portrayal in Jump Force. Actually, here she is. Here, Luan. This is a very, very crisp, very high glossy, high res rendition of your princess here from Jump Force that I found. Please enjoy. This is just for Luan. Nobody else look. Everybody else turn your computers off for a second. Okay, just for Luan. Okay, now we go back to work. We'll talk about that more later. Rule of cool trumps all. Pain. Yep, of course, Pain slams. Yes. Pain either gained or lost some chromosomes in their frames. Holy shit, dude. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. There's a lot going on there. Okay, so going back to the video over here, Key says he has posted these as examples of why I think the his sources are legitimate. Let's scan through these real quick. The current one could be the last phase of the story before the grand finale. Okay, so I would encourage you to read these on your own, but this is basically, as I understand it, an overview of the writers. And actually, yeah, I want to highlight this part here. This is what Mr. Taguchi, editor of the work, initially said, who revealed to us that Ukyo Kodachi himself curates a script for the animated series. There are 6 or 7 writers supervised by Ukyo Kodachi who write the story. They create alternative stories and submit them to the supervisor. If strong scenes happen that could drastically change the characterization of the characters, for example, in which Boruto has to kill someone, at that point, we come into play to monitor the whole thing. So I think the mistake that some people can make on occasion is you're welcome for the briefest glimpse of your glorious queen over here. There will be more, I promise. And if you haven't seen her footage in the in this game, I would encourage you to check it out because it's like the most I mean, it's not realistic, but you know what I mean. It's like more of a realistic depiction, and it's like 4K or whatever. It's less cartoony, so you might enjoy the way that she's depicted and her abilities are depicted. She looks really cool here, actually, her horns and everything. Anyway, so the idea is basically like, yeah, characterization of the characters. Uh, the manga is, sorry, the writers are not Kishimoto, and Kishimoto is not specifically making the shit himself, and they are not bound to just do what he says, and it's not like they can only submit things that are Kishimoto approved, but so they are writing their own stories or doing their own shit. There is a team of people, like a team of people who are all working on this together. However, there are what we call in the industry pillars. There are core narrative pillars that they have to stick to, just like I'm sure there are for Marvel, for example, right? Like Batman. Batman cannot kill, right? That's part of his whole creed. And if you inherit a Batman property, if you get the rights to make a Batman movie, Batman can't kill anybody. That's one of the rules. Unless you get a special exception and the point of your story is specifically that Batman is killing and you're exploring that. But otherwise, you can tell whatever story you want and it doesn't have to be canon, but you know, you're going to have a producer or somebody at Marvel or sorry, at DC approve it. And if you have him like engaging in like some sadistic acts or whatever, going on a bloody rampage, unless that's been approved, it's gonna get like fucking rejected, right? Because it's tarnishing the image of Batman, right? If that makes sense. So I think that's what's happening here. There are people who have creative freedoms, like everything that they do is a direct manifestation of Kishimoto's will, but they do have to create within certain boundaries and you know, make sure not to violate the original like ethical things of Kishimoto's world. Like if Naruto turned out to be like a sadistic killer or whatever, then obviously that wouldn't work. That's just not on brand. Fans is canon because of Kishimoto. Yeah, well, yeah. Like you kind of. We're gonna talk about that in a second. Darth Magog says rubber stamping stories and royalty checks. Yeah, exactly. Have you seen that meme of like Knuckles sitting behind the desk being like meme approved? It's like that's Kishimoto at this point. That's usually the plan. I think a lot of writers amateur forget that. Little fuck champ, bro. It's just yapping. Yes, this is true. Dr. Strangle is a bold gesture, but you probably have to get in line behind Luan. I think he might have beaten you to the punch there. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna. You're gonna get no argument from me. Okay.
Has worked very closely with the Boruto anime, and the anime even has entire arcs that have been adapted into the manga canon with
Okay. Yes. Well, hang on.
And the anime even has entire arcs that have been adapted into the.
Okay, the anime has entire arcs that have been adapting into the anime. Again, I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at here. Here's Naruto. If we're going from left to right, okay, we are because there's the arrow. Are these meant to be representations of different aspects of the show that have then been woven into the like? I'm sorry, but okay. So here's a novel. But I don't know what any of this means. Please, if you're going to use this as a source, like provide some kind of translation for people that don't know what it is, because otherwise it just kind of feels like smoke and mirrors. I will say though that like the novels or the books or whatever or the movies referencing each other or like so like there I don't know that I can find it readily, but when Sumire was initially just an anime character, but they brought her into the book and she has like a panel where it says her abilities include summoning Nue, and that's something that she only ever does in the show. And so it's tempting to, and it is technically true that that she has been brought into the manga, which indicates a crossover and overlap or like consistency between the two things. But the thing is that then in the anime, she actually uses Nue after she's introduced, after that point in the story where she's introduced. Okay, so like let's say she gets in. Hard to explain. Let's say that in the anime she does a bunch of shit from episodes 1 to 20. Episodes 1 to 20 in the manga, she's not there at all. She's never even mentioned. Then episode 30 of the anime, she shows up again with Nue. And then in the manga, the equivalent of episode 30, like volume 30 of the manga, she shows up and she has no Nue. But it says in like a little character description that she does have a Nue, she's just not bringing it out. So now here's the question: is it canon for Sumire to have Nue or not to have Nue? And again, the answer is yes, because I get that they're bringing in a character and that they're like having them cross over and intersect and like they're responding to the fandom. But in the end of the day, Nue in the manga and Nue in the anime are still slightly different characters because Nue in the manga never fucking uses her signature thing. Like, she doesn't do the thing that is her huge, unique, awesome. Like, she has a connection to Kaguya and a connection to fucking like Root, like Hanzo's shit, and a connection to Hashirama. And none of that ever fucking comes up. She tries to destroy the village. Like, none of that ever comes up in the manga. And her, like, cool, ghostly, like, soul-eating summon never comes up in the manga either, beyond, like, a little text blurb. So, yeah, it feels like they're throwing a bone to the anime people, and they're trying to create a connection. But realistically, literally, Sumire in the manga and Sumire in the anime are two different characters. Very, very, very similar characters, but they're not the same. And they don't follow the same canon. They're not in the same timeline. Just, like, as far as I can tell, factually. Saria says, did you get to see the movie? Oh, yeah, I haven't. I'm not going to read that because I have not yet seen the movie, but I really, really want to.
Manga canon, with multiple references to them in the manga itself. The Last and the Boruto movie are canonical.
Okay. The moon is on a collision course with Earth and appears that there's nothing that can prevent total planetary annihilation. In the midst of all this, Hyuga Hanabi, the current heir of the Hyuga clan, gets kidnapped. Yes, okay. I would love to know what this is from. Again, this is just... We're seeing the same thing from before, but we don't really have any context for that.
As well as they are written directly by Kishimoto, and although the timeline is a bit messy, the Naruto movies have been referenced in canon before.
I don't know if that's actually true. So at the end, so here's the thing. I'm probably gonna get copyright struck for this, but fuck it. The Road to Ninja the movie is now available on YouTube. Like, all of the Naruto movies are free on YouTube, like all of them. And you can just go and watch them. So I'd encourage you to do so. And specifically, it's even better than the paid version, which is, on... I said before that you can get the paid version on Amazon Prime, and it's not very expensive. It's like $10 or something, but still, that is an English version only. You can't swap out the audio. This version is in Japanese, and so it has subtitles in English, but the audio language is Japanese, which is perfect because it makes it easier to like look up and verify translations. But what it actually says at the end of this, I gotta be careful here, is this is the credits. This is at the end of the movie at 1 hour 45 minutes and 51 seconds in, and the original author / planning / story character design is Kishimoto. So it doesn't say that he wrote the script or that he wrote the screenplay or whatever, or that he directed it or anything like that, right? It's just that he was the original author, meaning like of the fucking of the manga, and he was involved in the planning to a certain extent. What does that mean? I'm not sure. And that he helped with the story and character design. Yeah, he did, because he designed Naruto from the ground up. And you will find this same kind of blurb. Like, feel free to fact check me on this, but go to any of these movies, like Shippuden the movie, The Will of Fire, The Lost Tower, Battle in the Land of Snow, Crescent Moon Kingdom, The Last, etc. And this is basically what you see every time. The first thing that you see is going to be Kishimoto's name because he originally created the story. Now, it is possible that he did write this and that this is like his baby, right? I'm not getting the impression, like, going through all of the movies and seeing this every single time, I don't get the impression that that's the case. So I just want you guys to have that context, and then feel free to go fact check that on your own if you like. I'm not feeling it, but maybe you guys will disagree. Dr. Strangle says, Kishimoto, I don't know. This conflicts a little bit with the story. Shueisha says, yeah, exactly. The end goes up. The line must go up. Luan Jack says, it was definitely great and a lot of great things about Soups, but I didn't like the random lines on the suit. I really did enjoy it regardless. Cool, I'm looking forward to it too. Droth Megok says, I guess written by Kishimoto means rubber stamp. Honestly, yeah. Like, I don't even mean that in a derogatory way. I mean, like, I think he comes in, he makes sure that nobody, like, took a shit on his legacy and just make sure that, like, everything is basically on par. But from what I've read of his, like, interviews and stuff, and his like the end of the chapter blurbs, he's grateful for Naruto. He feels extremely blessed and extremely grateful to have worked on it, and also he's kind of like moving on, right? Like he's doing other things with his life, and he just wants to make sure that his legacy is preserved, but he's also happy to kind of hand off the reins. That's what I've seen, but of course, feel free to do your own research.
The both prison movie has
Okay, another small nitpick here. Again, as I mentioned, novels referencing each other is not proof that the novels themselves are part of the main canon. Novels referencing each other, of course, just means that they are part of the same canon with each other, but not with the main story with the manga. So, that being said, I do like the fact that like Hozuka Castle is from the is mentioned in Blood Prison. So I do like the fact that the Blood Prison novel, that this particular novel, whatever it is referencing the movie, because it does, I think, lend credence to the expanded universe. That being said, if you have one piece of media from the expanded universe referencing another, it still doesn't mean that those are part of the main timeline, right? So that needs to be established. Also, it's great that you found these. I'm really glad that they're included. Genuinely, it's helping me understand the expanded universe better. Please mention what book this is from, and please include the page numbers, because especially if these aren't available in PDF format, nobody knows where the fuck to get this. Like, I know you didn't, I'm talking to Key now, so to speak. Like, I know that you didn't make this up. I know that you didn't just, like, write this down to fake it. Like, I know that. I'm not saying that. But, like, as far as anybody knows, we have no way of telling without getting every single book and reading through all the books to figure out where these passages come from. So we have no way of verifying it. So please include the page numbers. It is a huge help if you can do that. Strangle says author is not equal to written by many industries. John, do you have any experience with this? No, not really. Not directly. So like in the games industry, usually the way that things get broken down in the credits is like, for video games, the script, there will be like a director, and the director is, or multiple directors, usually one, and that'll be the creative director who kind of like oversees all of the general aesthetic direction of the project. And then there will be sub directors for each team, and usually there'll be like a narrative director and then script writers, if that makes sense. So it's like the overall creative direction, and then the leader of the narrative team, and then there might even just be one writer or multiple writers. There might be like a dialogue specific writer versus like an overall story beat writer, something like that. That's the experience that I have.
been directly referenced in both canonical novels and secondary canons such
Okay. Shumi Prison Hozuki Castle. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah. That's cool. So I didn't know that there was a anime. Like I know there was a movie based on the Hozuki Castle, but I didn't know that it was actually made into an anime episode. That's cool to know. Prison Run with Hidden Grass. Boruto and Mitsuki are sent to Kokuri, a former member of a brutal band of robbers known as the Mujina Gang. Although I will say this though, that I'm not trying to be too nitpicky here, but the thing is, the movie Blood Prison does take place at Hozuki Castle. That is true. And it also takes place at but part of the thing about that castle is that there's somebody who is in charge of the castle who has like this jutsu that basically is like a brand of fire, and if you try to leave the prison, you get burned alive. And that guy is gone at the end of the Blood Prison movie. And also there's this big fucking demon box thing that's sucking people's souls out in the middle of the prison in that movie. And that's not there either, presumably because that whole plot thing gets resolved. So basically, is it the case that this episode actually makes canon the events of the movie? Like, does it actually acknowledge the big-ass box that was there and the guy with the firebrand and all the things that happened? Or does it just happen to take place in a place with the same name? You know what I mean? Like, are they saying, oh, yeah, we liked that location, so let's reuse that location? But does that actually make canon those events? I don't know, right? It's possible that they're using the same location, but those events still don't fit in with the overall timeline. So I would like to know what happens over the course of this episode. I'm going to write it down to go check it out and see, and I can report back to you next time. Episode 141, Shinobi Prison Hozuki Castle. Okay.
such as the Boruto anime. The Road to Ninja movie is also directly scripted by
Okay. Well, okay, it does say here, written and designed by the original creator of Naruto, Masashi Kishimoto, so maybe that's the correct interpretation. So I appreciate that. Would like to know where this is coming from. Rota Ninja, straight from Masashi Kishimoto. Okay, so maybe that seems to make a stronger case. Appreciate that. So here's an interview. Even though I did, oh wait, hang on a second. During Rota Ninja, you also did the planning story and also the character designs. Even though I did quite some work on Rota Ninja, it is not as much as this time. I did check on the entire Rota Ninja storyboard, but at the time, there is still the Jump series manuscript I had to do. No matter what happens, the Jump manuscript would be priority, so I pretty much checked on Rota Ninja until the first half, and then I stopped troubling the staffs. So to avoid the situation this time, I didn't check on the storyboard. The moment I gave out the script, I leave everything else to the supervisor. So this seems a little bit unclear. It seems to me that Kishimoto is actually like not as involved. Like he did an initial script for it, and then he like passed it over to the supervisor and let them work on it. But this also makes it sound like he was just kind of reviewing the storyboard, but was working on something else. So seems a little unclear to me. But the movie version drawn by the original author Masashi Kishimoto himself. Yeah. I wonder about this. I'm gonna go back over this again because it seems like there's some conflicting information there. But let's just go with it for now.
Kishimoto, with him checking and approving the entire storyboard and drawing a manga chapter that leads into the movie.
Yeah, okay, so it's true. He does actually draw a manga chapter that leads into the movie, and the manga chapter is adapted into an anime episode, and it's the same thing, right? It's like the same story from the manga gets adapted into the there's the movie, and then there's a prequel to the movie. The prequel to the movie was first a manga, and the manga was also adapted into a single episode of the anime.
Beyond that, the Road to Ninja movie is directly stated to also be tied up to...
Okay, so here we have Hinata in a Chinese-style dress which she wore episode during 271 Road to Sakura. Oh yeah, there's also that separate episode Road to Sakura. I should put a note there to review that. We talked about that previously. Not a whole lot happens in that, which is released as a movie tie-in. To celebrate the release of the 91st episode. Okay, that's fine.
To the anime adaptation, which means it's also anime canon at the very least.
Well, again, no, that's not necessarily the case because they animated a story, yes, and that story had multiple different versions of it, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is canon in the sense that it fits into the same timeline. Like, we still need to do some research to figure out whether it all actually matches up in the same timeline, right?
And we even have an episode from the anime that directly leads into the movie, much like with the manga.
Okay, so that is the last thing I want to talk about real quick, is this. Right? So this is something that I looked up earlier. I want to see if I can pull this up again because it's worth looking at. So, Naruto Shippuden, the Great Ninja War Assailants from Afar, episode 531, Prologue of Road to Ninja. Okay, so let's see, should be on the official site. Cookies. What does it say? Episode 531. Okay, I have it open in another window. 1 second. Yes, okay. So, this over here. Right, so, here is this. Episode 431. Now, I just want to point out a couple of things. Okay, just a couple of things. Yu Madara is preparing his new Jutsu Limited Tsukuyomi, choosing Naruto as his test subject. True. Meanwhile, Naruto, I'm going to move this. Meanwhile, Naruto is spending his day off alone in his room. Thinking that Naruto is lonely, Lee suggests they all go to the bathroom. Now, I know this is it's from the, it's like translated maybe inaccurately, right? And by bathroom they mean bathhouse. But I do fucking love that, again, like we talked about this during the Noodles video, that some of the material that we're using to build Naruto up into Universal is episode 431, and the description of episode 531 is that Naruto is lonely, so Lee suggests everyone go to the bathroom. Quick, everybody pile into the urinal. We're going to sing the Halo theme together. And meanwhile, this entire episode is just like an ecchi bathhouse episode. Like, we've got 4 screenshots available for this episode. This is one of them. This is the next one. This is the next one. They're still in the bathhouse. And this is the next one. This whole episode is Obito being fucking a pervert and looking through his crystal ball at Naruto in the bath and his friends in the bath. So looking at teenagers in the bath. Look at the bra that's hanging off of Naruto's back here. There's like a subplot about Neji or one of the characters like using the Byakugan to peer on the other one. Like Neji's using the Byakugan to peer on Hinata. Like Lee is a cross-dresser. Like Naruto looks at Shino's pee-pee and says like, "Hey Shino, you got a big pee-pee. It looks like a baby Mothra." Like, like we talked about this before, right? So again, this doesn't mean that it's not canon per se, but it's like, go ahead and throw out the fact that it's an anime connection. Just make sure not to mention that they're all like hanging out in the bathroom looking at each other's dicks, because that's literally what the episode is about. Just saying. Okay? And also, more to the point, because I am being a little bit mean, but like more to the point. So this is episode 531. And it's part of this arc called the Great Ninja War, right? So the idea is that this story takes place definitely after the Pain fight, because and we have this from our previous scan. Like, I found this from a previous scan or previous stream. At 13 minutes into the movie, Iruka says to Naruto, "Sure, you saved us from pain, and everybody calls you the hero of the leaf." Okay, so this is objectively, factually, definitely, this movie takes place after the Pain fight. And as we know, right after the Pain fight, people start going to the Five Kage Summit and mobilizing for war. Except Naruto also has this line where he says, "Has anything happened to Killer B?" Which means, and he also has like KCM. He says, "I'm going to use Tailed Beast mode," which means that he's gone to the island. He's made friends with Killer B. He's learned how to use KCM. But at the start of the movie, everybody is just kind of hanging out in town. Kiba's acting like a cat. Sasuke is just chilling. Like, I mean, we'll get into that later, but the point is that like everybody at the start of the movie is just acting totally peaceful. Like, if I zoom over here, you can see that people are just kind of like hanging out. They're just talking. They're going out for dinner. Nobody's preparing for war. Nobody's freaking out. And this is before they go into the limited Tsukuyomi like area, right? Like, here's Choza and Inoichi. They're just hanging out. Everybody is just fucking chill. So, like, here's Sakura's parents. I'd never seen Sakura's dad before. This is this fucking flower head motherfucker over here. But they're just chilling. So, somehow, for this movie to work and be part of the canon, somehow, here's what had to happen. After the Pain fight, everybody started getting ready for war, getting mobilized, went to the Five Kage Summit, went through all that shit. Naruto went off to train with Killer B, unlocked KCM-1. When he was done with that, he got out, and everybody was like, "Well, we haven't heard from Madara in a while, so fuck it." And everybody just went home. And he went back to Konoha. That is what has to have had happened in order for this shit to fit into the timeline. And if we go back to this over here, again, like, let's go through the timeline of other things that happen. So you're a person and you're watching through Shippuden and you're just like scanning through the episodes and you get to that episode. How do you get to that episode? What happens before and after this? Well, in episode, let's go back a few. Okay, in episode 527, these characters are are in the war, right? So Kabuto has reanimated Hayate. In 526, they're fighting White Zetsu during the war. Okay. In 528, they're fighting Edo Tensei during the war. 529. 530, there's a flashback to some castle or something. Oh, here we go. There's Naruto fighting in KCM-1 during the war. And then it goes to this, all of a sudden, out of nowhere. And then it goes to this. Now we're back during the war. So in the middle of the fucking war, Naruto goes home. You see where I'm going with this, right? Like, obviously it could be a flashback or something like that, but without that context, it kind of just seems like this is an anime episode that was just fit nicely and neatly into the middle of the war, into the middle of the story. It doesn't fit. It doesn't work that way. So why am I bringing this all up? Because we all need to do more research and pay more attention. That's all. See, I wish Naruto would add stuff to games from the novels. For example, in Hyrule Warriors, one of young Link's moves is that he can cut Majora's moon in half. Oh, awesome. Mimicking how he can cut Majora down in the manga. That's cool. Yeah, I think they do have some stuff in the games that are not necessarily portrayed in other things. And honestly, I wish I would bring some of the stuff from the games into the main canon because there's some really cool shit there. Like I love watching. We're gonna talk about this in a little bit, but I love watching the ultimate moves from the Storm games because they're really really fucking cool. And you know what? Just to give Luan, like to throw Luan a bone for a second here, let's look at Kaguya's ultimate from Storm Connections. So here we go. One sec.
お前ごとき俺の相手ではない。消えよ。終焉武道玉。さ。
Isn't that fucking cool? Like I wish that shit was something that was in the series too, because she does do like a Gudodama, but it's not like that. It's a different technique with a different name, and that was really fucking cool. Just wait till we get to some of this shit. Like fuck it, we're here. Let's take a little break. Look at what Naruto does. Look at that shit. This shit too is incredible. So there you go, right? Like it's pretty awesome. And technically speaking, like all of that is relatively on par with what he does in the series too. But I don't want to. I get some more stuff I got to say about that later, so I don't want to spoil it for now. Let's see. Ryomen says Ino is over Hinata, over Sakura, over Tenten. Well, I don't see Temari on there, so I have nothing to contest. That's fine. Over Hinata is spicy, but it comes down to personal take, so that's totally fine. Obito was, yeah, he was. Unfortunately, he was like, that's the thing. If you actually want to build up Obito as a character, you should stay the fuck away from Road to Ninja, because he does not come out of that looking good. He's such a fucking idiot in this that he like. To kind of spoil things, we're going to spoil the whole movie, just so you know. So, like, by the end of the movie, he has trapped Naruto in a Genjutsu world, and he has erased Naruto's memory, and Naruto is lying completely prone on the ground, unable to do anything. He's, like, basically stupefied. And Obito also has completely subdued, like, the dark version of Naruto called Menma. Obito's whole purpose in creating the Genjutsu world in the first place really was to get Kurama out of Naruto so he could have the Nine Tails. The secondary purpose was to test out the Tsukuyomi, but the most important thing was to get the Nine Tails. So if we believe, like Ki is going to argue, that the limited Tsukuyomi just actually physically creates an entire physical reality that's a real place, Obito created an entire universe which included another version of Naruto and another version of Kurama that was physical and real. And then he incapacitated Naruto, and then he incapacitated that second Naruto with Kurama, and then he possessed that second Naruto's body, because he like hops into Menma's body and starts fighting, like possessing it like a puppet almost. And he still fucking loses. And he lets Naruto throw a kunai at him and destroy the Genjutsu world. And he loses both of those Kuramas. So, like, I'm just saying, like, obviously we should be honest about our appraisals of characters. But if anybody out there is trying to hype up Obito, you have, like, fair warning, you might want to stay away from this movie, because he winds up just being a real dumbass. In addition to spending an entire day doing nothing but, like, spying on underage humans, unclothed in a bathhouse, and still getting every single detail about their lives wrong. Like, the whole point was that he was trying to create this Genjutsu world that is real enough to fool Naruto into letting down his guard and basically just, like, agreeing to live in the Genjutsu world and surrender himself and weaken the seal so he can get Kurama out. And so as part of that, he's like, okay, I know that Kiba likes animals or something, So I guess he probably likes cats, and so Kiba gets rendered as like a cat fan, and he also recognizes that Shino has something to do with bugs, so he he makes Shino an exterminator who goes around killing bugs. So he doesn't even get any of the details right, and then he tries to explain it like to Zetsu, like, I don't know, I guess like it's the desires of Naruto and Sakura who are warping this dimension or something like that. And it's like, yeah, that's part of it, but also, did Naruto specifically want Kiba to be a cat? I mean, he's literally here saying that he wants Kiba to be a dog and to be saying woof woof and not meow meow. Yeah, that's a real line in the story. And so no, it's fucking Obito got it wrong because he wasn't paying attention, and then this happens. We talked about this last time, but for people who are new, this happens. So just gonna leave that there. Anyway, let's see. Counting a setup episode as a continuous is like counting a beach episode yeah, exactly, Dr. Strangle. I think we talked about the beach episode of Gurren Lagann a couple times ago, and like, yeah, it feels like the same fucking shit. It's just such a trope, right? It's like the beach episode is like a joke essentially. Loan Jack says, wasn't Naruto thinking about Sasuke in the bathhouse? Yeah, he was. I forget if I have the scan, but like, yeah. So he's like sitting right next to him, and that's another thing, right? You know, this would be after Sasuke, like it was after the pain fight, right, before the war. So basically Naruto runs into Sasuke just walking on the street, and he's like, oh my god, I can't believe you're here. And this is in the Genjutsu world. And then Sasuke says, what, am I not allowed in my own village? And then Naruto says, oh, I guess so. And then they just like take off their clothes and go to the bath together. I mean, like, you know, they don't even go on a date first or anything. It's totally unrealistic. So, Naruto's a 2 out of 10 character. No, why do you have to slander my guy like that? Boring guy, he repeats the same 3 lines of all Shippuden. Well, to be fair, they're really good lines, so I wouldn't hold that against him. No one in the big 3 longs for their friend like Naruto. He's the GOAT. Yes, absolutely. He's got a certain sense of loyalty. Luan says, why can't she grab me like that grab me from the screen like that? I know. I sympathize. Believe me, I sympathize. I know exactly what you're feeling. Ryoman says, I'm the biggest Obito glazer. Yeah, then you know where I'm coming from. Consider yourself warned. Where's Obito's PR team? He's in trouble. His PR team is just a fucking army of like white Zetsus. He sent the rest of his PR team out to do his dirty work, and they all fucking died. The only one he has left is Kisame. I don't think Kisame is prepared to like go give a press conference for him, unfortunately. Woof woof, that's me. Yeah, exactly. This is the crossverse fucking Chainsaw Man crossover that we've all been waiting for. In that ranking of the characters, we're talking about looks, just to be clear. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. You mentioned Temari is above Ino and the rest. I said, okay, then we're still friends then. When am I not allowed to be in my own village now? Yeah, exactly. Well, he shows up and he goes to Sakura's house and gives her a flower, and he's like, my heart belongs to you and I will always be there for you. And then it's like revealed that he's a gigolo, and he basically just goes around like flirting with every single girl in town. I mean, like, all the characters are different, right? Like Shikamaru's an idiot, Choji is like super fit and smart, and like Hinata looks like this, Neji is a perv and a peeping Tom. Who else is Shikamaru? Is it Choji, who's like super oh yeah, Kakashi. Guy is super lazy, and Kakashi is more filled with like vim and verve and all that stuff. So, and then I mean, I don't even have to talk about this. You guys can come to your own conclusions. So, just saying. Granted, just to be clear, so I'm not like misleading anybody, this is all happening inside the Genjutsu world that Obito creates, but like he fucks it up. Like, so he's like, where does he say? He's like, yeah. He says his Genjutsu world creates a perfect, another reality that's a perfect copy of this world. And then in the meantime, the perfect reality in question, it's like, Mom, can we have a perfect Genjutsu reality? We have the perfect Genjutsu reality at home. And then this is the perfect Genjutsu reality they had at home. You said PR team, and I thought you meant Power Rangers team. Good. I'm glad we have the same kind of nerd brain. Sasuke's personality. Yeah, his personality is totally wrong in this movie. Saria says, I need to catch up on Power Rangers comics because they're finally giving respect to Lauren Sheba and my childhood is being fulfilled. Power Rangers Prime is so fucking good. Man, I'm so lost. Like, the last Power Ranger, I was obsessed with Power Rangers as a kid, but I haven't seen anything from it since like fucking the movie. that I think it was literally just called Power Rangers the movie. Like, I'm so out of touch with that series. But that's cool. All right, so
have an episode from the anime that directly leads into the movie, much like with the manga. And finally, Storm has a lot of involvement from Kishimoto. Kishimoto provides ideas and stories in Storm, and
yeah, I want to keep going. I will say, feel free to pause and read through all of these. I want to kind of keep the flow going here. My conclusion based on reading these is that yeah, Kishimoto does provide some feedback and input, but it's not like he's approving every single change and like every single. Well, no, he might be approving things overall, but like that doesn't mean that the events of the game fit in perfectly with the events of the manga.
even the adventure mode is stated to be faithful to the manga.
Okay, let's at least read this. Is the adventure mode completely faithful to the manga, or does it have any surprises for users? Basically, the development is identical to the manga, but there are some original gameplay elements that the manga does not have, and which will surely surprise fans of the character. These original additions have been applauded by Mr. Kishimoto, the author. So that's a very important distinction, right? The new addition have been applauded by Kishimoto. That doesn't mean that he considers them to fit in with the main canon, right? Like, if I wrote a story like I don't know, like I invented a fantasy novel about dragons, right? And it was a medieval fantasy, like a Game of Thrones type thing. And then I published the book and it sold well. Hooray! I made a dragon book. And then somebody comes along and says, "Hey, I want to expand your universe. Can I have the rights to this?" And I say, "Sure." And then they write it so that the dragons become cyborgs and that they have like Gatling guns on their backs. And then I look at it and I'm like, dude, this is fucking awesome. I love this. Go ahead and publish it. Does that mean that then canonically those laser dragons exist in my novel somewhere off screen, or that they're part of the same continuity? No, it just means that I really like the way that this person reinterpreted my story and I like the thing that they did and I approve of it, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily part of the same world, right? So
Manga. The stories from Story Evolution are written directly by Kishimoto.
is it true? In the Ninja World Tournament, even though this is a single-player mode, the player can battle against 3 other ninjas at a place at the same time. The All-Out Brawl mode is new to the series. Also find sub-quests on the journey through the main quest mode. By just playing through the story, you'll log about 20 hours of gameplay. World Tournament. Okay. There's a new mode that's called Ninja Escapade. So this is from Storm 4 specifically, I believe. Or 3 or 4. This mode includes 3 episodes which are exclusive to Revolution. Oh, Revolution, right. So right now I can only talk about 2 of the 3 episodes. One of them is called Creation of Akatsuki, which is based on the Naruto world, and of course written by Kishimoto Sensei. The second is the Two Uchiha. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So how do the game's events tie in with the anime? Mecha Naruto scenario will be a spin-off from the original anime. Okay, so again, like, sure, it's entirely possible that these things could fit into the canon, but also that's not necessarily the case, right? The Creation of Akatsuki, I think, from what I've seen of Creation of Akatsuki, and knowing that he actually physically wrote that himself, I do think it's fine to accept that as canon, because I do think it's like it's written by him and it's on par with everything we see. That being said, this other thing, I'm not sure that it has the same degree of credibility, because he's saying Mecha Naruto who is not, I don't care what anybody says, Mecha Naruto is cool. Mecha Naruto is not canon to the fucking manga. And it specifically says here his scenario will be a spin-off from the original anime or the manga, but of course his character and scenario was still created and supervised by Masashi Kishimoto. So even though it's a spin-off, we can still say that this is an official part of Naruto, right? So like an official part of Naruto overall, an official part of the Naruto world or universe or experience or whatever brand IP, but not in the same exact like timeline. Now that being said, we could still look at Mecha Naruto and see what abilities Mecha Naruto has and see if there's anything cool that we can learn from him. And if, Kishimoto himself comes forward and says, you know what, there was actually a mad scientist who is connected to Amado, who, whatever that guy's name is, like Teugi, I forget his fucking name from Boruto Connections, who like runs off with the scroll or whatever. Like he actually had an accomplice and they were building robots off in the, like a Mecha Naruto off in the mountains somewhere. Fine. You know what? Fine. That's fine. But I'm just using this to illustrate that an author can approve of something and can even be involved in creating it himself, but that doesn't necessarily mean it like perfectly fits in with the main body of work. It can be, and it might be fine to use this. But let's just be careful with our language.
Are said to be
When was that published? Do you know? I'm sorry. When was what published? The one I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry, it says don't worry. Power Rangers is out of touch with itself. Let's not the comics. Literally everything in the comics is just MMPR. Like, bro, stop pushing MMPR. Push other teams. Why am I significant? The Power Rangers team that my sister, who's a decade older than me, grew up with. Holy shit, Hasbro. Let it go, brother. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I miss the Space Rangers. Yeah, yeah. I remember the toys from that, but I never really spent much time with the show. Mad Scientist Okabe, is that his name? One Justice. Anyway, I gotta call it here. Test tomorrow. The princess stays on top always. Yes, absolutely the one. Sorry that we didn't get to talking about Kaguya this evening. Based on the fucking speed of us over here, I think that this stream is probably not going to get to Kaguya tonight anyway. So I will plan to look forward to talking to you about her next week. I'm probably going to change the thumbnail as well so that it looks like it's more a reflection of this. So I'll take care of that tomorrow. So sorry if I got your hopes up, but we are getting to her. I promise. She is definitely something that we're going to spend time with. Appreciate you stopping by. And yes, I was just about to say that good luck. I hope that you have all of the luck and that you do well and that you also have time to celebrate and rest afterwards. Yeah, you'll ace it. Exactly. Go for it. Protagonist of Steins Gate. He's the mad scientist. Oh, okay. I was not aware. My relationship with Steins Gate is very cursory, so I don't really know much about it.
The official part of Naruto's story. The cutscenes from Storm Generation are also stated to be canonical. Even the director of
Well,
story.
so first of all, again, it's sort of unfortunate that we don't. I mean, like, I can see the URL here, and I could probably track this down, but also, like, please provide links to things.
Written
Please cite your sources.
directly by Kishimoto and are said to be the official part of Naruto's story. The cutscenes from Storm
Okay, let's read this. One of the biggest changes to the game came with story mode. The RPG overworld the players have spent so much time with during the last two games has been scrapped. Instead, players will be constantly kept in battle as they play through a variety of stories across several different and important characters. Naruto and Sasuke will obviously have the biggest arcs, but the game will also allow players to experience the backstories of other characters, such as Minato and Itachi. In particular, the developers and animation studios have worked very closely to create new content that we considered canon, which adds up to around 60 minutes of additional anime content. However, these arcs will be shorter than those of the two main characters. Okay, so these stories are including new content that will be considered canon. That's fine. Love to know where this came from, but I'm willing to just take it on faith. Title that is heavily geared towards satisfying the fans, and although Hiroshi Matsuyama and his passion for the license it's clear that the folks at CyberConnect 2 are big fans as well. There's still doubts over how great a game it will be, but hopefully it changes and additions will make for more compelling and substantial. So this looks like something from IGN or something. So I'd appreciate a link, but that's okay.
Generation are also stated to be canonical. Even the director of the Naruto anime has worked very closely with Storm, and jutsus and combos attacks in Storm are also directly approved by Kishimoto and represent what the characters would be capable of doing in a what-if scenario where they're still around and work together. And thus...
Okay, yeah, and so, like, again, I appreciate all of the individual inclusions of all these different things, all the little snippets, all the different examples. I will say that, you know, that inclusion of that phrase what if is very important, right? It's entirely possible to have a what if scenario that is still, you know, overall in connection or in keeping with the ethos of the series, but whether or not it is canon remains to be seen. And whether or not, and I guess the most important thing here is just that just because something is in an official piece of media, does it really mean that we can reliably use it for our scaling purposes? And that's what we're about to get to.
They are a canonical representation of the power and abilities of the characters, with the devs also saying that they are putting emphasis on the original story with movesets. Lastly, we will be using some bonus material from other video games, so the
and that's cool. Like, I think it's fun to look at other sources as well.
Scales using those will be mostly for fun. We will be starting with Sharingan.
Okay, so before we're going to start talking about the Sharingan, we'll start talking about Izanagi and stuff like that. Before we get into that, I just want to point out a couple things, because we're going to start talking about the games, we're going to start talking about canon and stuff like that. Here's the thing. He mentioned Storm, he mentioned Revolutions, and he mentioned Connections. So those three games. And he mentioned that the depictions of things in those games are consistent with the story and that they should be considered canonical, and he provided all this evidence. Here's the thing, though. So I went and took a look at some of these games, and I encourage everybody who's interested, even if you don't want to play them, to go and watch like playthroughs or at least like compilation of jutsu, like we were talking about the like jutsu compilations here. All of this shit is like available for free. You can find like story mode compilations of things on here. It's very easy to find. And I think you can learn a lot from it, and you just wind up learning more about like how the series is depicted and interpreted by different people. Okay, so that being said, I want to point out something here, that in Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, which is one of the ones that Kishimoto supposedly worked on. I think this is the one where they introduced Mecha Naruto, although it could be connections, I forget. Anyway, let's take a look here. So this is the name of the video is here, and we can go and like actually look up this video if you guys want to. But this is just clips from a playthrough of Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 4. This is the name of the video, and there will be timestamps in some of these clips as well. So this is what we can learn from Kaguya in these dimensions and shit. Like, I actually wish the one was here for this. But here's a depiction of Kaguya in this dimension. Now, the fight with Kaguya in this dimension starts differently. The first time that she uses Ame no Minaka is mid-fight. So let's actually take a look at that, right? Kaguya versus Team 7 full fight English dub is what it's called, right? And it should just be in my history because I was just watching this before. So. Kaguya versus Team 7 full fight English dub. Is this it? Yeah. Sorry, that was probably pretty loud. Okay, yeah, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4. So let's see how this starts off with. So here's Kaguya. She's talking to them, giving the backstories. That's who's giving them the backstory. So already, like, this is not happening the same way it did in the manga, right? Just like factually speaking. This isn't how things went down in the manga. This dialogue was given to them while they were suspended and held above the air, and Zetsu was like freezing them in place basically and sucking out their chakra. So it's already different. I don't see Obito there, but that's okay. So as we go through this, oh yeah, the channel name is FreeX3R. Please support them as well. So this is how the fight starts, right? Kaguya goes down onto the ground and then starts fighting them on the ground, and then this is how the fight begins. So Naruto, I've seen Naruto say that line, "Sweat keeps pouring out of me," like 20 times since I've been researching this. So they start off fighting on the ground in, it looks just like the main universe, like the normal world, because there's the god tree. So this is supposed to be a canonical representation of the character's abilities and power level and all of that. Like, that's what was established, right? This is supervised by Kishimoto. This is something that has been approved. This is something that has direct involvement from the author, and it's canon. This is canon. So how is it canon that Kaguya like flies to the ground in the main universe, main world, whatever, and starts fighting them on the ground while Naruto throws tail beast bombs at her and like manages to knock her over, and then she falls onto the ground? Is that canon? Is it canon that she's like performing these particular jutsu in this particular way? I don't think so. Like, yeah, she used vacuum fists. Was it that fucking lame and ineffective? And remember, this is a scripted fight, right? Like, Naruto obviously is like the player is controlling Naruto, but Kaguya is being controlled by the computer. So if this is, but like, did Naruto ever kick the shit out of her like that and punch her back in a taijutsu combo? I don't think so. But okay, fine. This is a gameplay contrivance. Like, who gives a shit? Like, let's just skip ahead. I'm going at 2x speed. Pretty sure Kaguya doesn't need to like gather blue chakra like that, but okay, gameplay contrivance, right? Excuse me. Let's go back to the cutscenes, because you could just say the stuff that happens in gameplay isn't canon, the stuff that happens in cutscenes is canon. So they use the reverse harem jutsu like fucking on Earth, and then Kaguya says, "Oh, you think you're pushing me back?" And then she does this, and now she uses Ame no Minaka halfway through the fight, and she's like through the first part of the fight, and now she's like hovering above lava, or not even lava, it's just like hot rock. And Naruto is running, flying Naruto, who can fly, is now running on the ground. and Kaguya is doing all this shit, and we don't have the scene where like Obito gets saved by Kakashi or whatever, and gets like pinned to the side of the mountain, and we don't have the scene with Sasuke and his hawk. We just have all of this other shit that happens, and you know, again, like, okay, this is gameplay, but at a certain point you have to say, well, what the fuck is actually canon? Like, when did they go to the desert dimension? And oh yeah, lava is hot rock. That's fair. Like, when did they go to the desert dimension and like dodge fucking tornadoes? Because I don't remember that shit. But you know, and it's not just a fight because they're actually engaging in dialogue, right? We can't even think about sealing her yet. Finding an opening alone is going to be a battle. Blah blah blah. Okay, so you get the point. They're changing the world and it's swapping around and stuff. Naruto tries to do this, and Kaguya manages to like grab them and put them in ice. Now here's the thing. This is obviously not exactly how it happens in the manga, but it is similar to how it happens. The thing is that in the manga, these characters just like immediately break out because Sasuke uses Amaterasu and Naruto uses his Truth Seeker orbs to tunnel out. But in the game, it takes them a while. So they're actually in the ice and they can't break out of it. Naruto can't break through ice with his Truth Seeker orb, and Sasuke can't break through the ice with Amaterasu. It's not hot enough to break through it immediately. And so Obito has to keep her busy until the Amaterasu burns through ice. And so now there is a fight between Obito, who has 2 Sharingan now, and Sakura and Kakashi. And Zetsu convinces Kaguya to come down onto the ground again. 1 second. To the ground and fight Obito. So, yeah, the dimension actually does look really cool. Like, the rendition of it is really cool. But I agree with you, Ryomen. But again, like, I'm sorry, at what point is this canon, right? So, if we're going to use certain things from this as canon, we're going to say that there are certain representations of things here that we can just accept as being true because they're in a canon source. So let's just accept them. Understand that this canon source has a bunch of other problems with it, or rather, not that there's a problem inherently with the game. I don't think that the game developers can or should be made to recreate everything 100% accurately. You know, you have to create compelling gameplay scenarios. As you introduce gameplay, you're going to have to create, like, you know, like the idea of using a time thing where they have to break out, like you have to stall Kaguya so that they can break out of the prison, is really creative. I think whoever came up with that on the gameplay side, you did a great fucking job. But understand, like, that doesn't, we can't just like say this is canon, therefore whatever we want to use for it just counts if there are these major inconsistencies and problems with the canon nature of the whole thing itself, right? This is canon to itself. This is consistent with the manga. But then there's this, right? So, like, I know that there is a sequence where Kakashi gets in his flying Susanoo with wings and fires things at Kaguya. I know that there's a sequence in the manga where Kaguya goes into her big rabbit princess ball thing. But do you guys remember this? Do you guys remember this sequence from the manga or the anime where, like, yeah, I know that what's his name? Kakashi shoots Kamui Shuriken and like breaks off her arms. But was he doing it like flying with a giant fucking galaxy like spreadsheet or like a spread of all these different nebulae and shit in the background in this Danmaku like bullet hell Ikaruga sequence over here? I'm pretty sure that this didn't happen the way that it's being depicted now. Okay, so do you think it would be fair if I were arguing for Kaguya, if I were doing like a Kaguya scaling video, do you think it would be fair for me to just say that Kaguya herself scales to this, that these are her canon feats, that because Kishimoto was involved in this game, that in canon, Kaguya, and or more specifically for Kakashi, that Kakashi can dodge like projectile Danmaku fucking bullet hell laser blast shit while flying around in his Susanoo? Maybe he can. Maybe it's not the craziest shit in the world. Maybe it's consistent. But I don't think it would be fair for me to say that this is canon and to use this in a debate and say that, like, this counts as canon material, right? Like, is that really fair? Is it fair to say that like Kakashi can do this shit like dashing and flying around like this and blasting off the individual heads of the Biju from within the giant sphere that Kaguya has? I don't think it would be fair for me to do so. So I'm just trying to illustrate the like double standard, I guess, that we could potentially run into. Okay. So Ryoman says you can just argue gameplay should be ignored because in most games it contradicts the cutscenes. For example, Arthur Morgan wouldn't tank like 10,000 bullets in cutscenes like he does in the gameplay. Yeah, that's a good point. That is what we in the industry call ludonarrative dissonance, just to be super fucking pretentious about it. It's the contrast, the clash between the narrative that is told through gameplay and how it contradicts the narrative that is told through the stories and other things that are non-gameplay but are still in the game. So yeah, all of that is just to say, not like to dunk too heavily on the whatchamacallit, the anime or the game overall. Like we can still use material from the game, but just be aware that just because it's in the game doesn't mean it's necessarily canon, right? So, 1 second. Okay, so let's continue. I think we're going to shift gears a little bit here and start talking about Izanagi, which should be fun.
Sharingan-based feats, as weird as this sounds. The Sharingan is way more than just an eye that creates illusions. The Sharingan in reality utilizes shadow release, which can be used to create things from nothing.
Okay, so let's read what is on screen over here. This is from chapter 510, I think. We can take a look at it in context. This is when Obito kills Conan. I think it's some time around here. Yep. Pretty close. Or was it actually? Yeah. I actually got it right. So, let's see. The Izanagi Jutsu is simply the practical application of what you already know as the Sage of Six Paths creation of all things. The Uchiha and Senju were once one. Their originator, the Sage of Six Paths, possessed the blood and powers of both and created many things. Inton, shadow-style power founded upon mental energies that govern imagination, can be used to create form out of naught. And Yoton's light-style power founded upon physical energies that govern life can be used to instill life into that form. The Biju are but one example. The Sage used the powers of light and shadow to create 9 Juju from 10 Tails Chakra. So, here's the thing. The creation of all things jutsu winds up getting described in a few different ways. One of those ways is describing it in this sort of abstract, esoteric way of creating something from nothing. That is one way in which it's described. However, in that same panel, in the same kind of archive or whatever you want to call it, in which it's described that way, it's also specified what Obito means. The Biju are one example. What did the Sage do? He took the Ten Tails Chakra, which was a substrate. It was a thing that existed. It wasn't nothing, right? But it didn't have form because it was just chakra. And then he used the power of his imagination to imagine the 9 Biju the way that he wanted them to. And he used light and shadow release to turn both this substance and his imagination into a physical thing. So it's not really the case that the the creation of all things literally makes something out of nothingness, and it just like purely creates nothing, something out of pure fantasy. But what it does is it uses a substrate as like a medium, like modeling clay, but like of an ethereal modeling clay, and then rather than physically kneading the clay with your hands, you use your imagination to shape the clay. And then when it's ready, rather than putting it into a physical kiln, you use light release, or whichever one it is, light style power to bring it to life. So it's chakra as a substrate, then it's shadow release to shape the chakra, and then it's light release to bring it to life. But you still need a substance to do it, right? Hopefully that makes some sense. Oh, let me catch up on chat. Ryoman says, I just specified that I use comp Naruto if I made video wanted to debate. Yeah, that's totally fine. Saria says, yap, incoming to your previous question. No, we can't. At least IMO, Soul Calibur, Sonic, Cadence of Hyrule, the original Hyrule Warriors are all officially connected to Zelda's mythos, but I only use what's applicable. Like, for example, we know in Cadence of Hyrule, the devs weren't allowed to do anything with the Triforce unless the devs okayed it, so the Triforce getting to interact with universes outside of the Zelda mythos, that's canon. It's the Infinity Gems on steroids. However, in Hyrule Warriors, Link defeats full Triforce Ganon without the Golden Master Sword, like A Link to the Past and A Link Between Worlds Link needed is Is this possible? Sure, every link is different, but that means I'm not using this link's feats to upscale every other link. That's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Right? Like, so it's canon to its own canon self, right? It's canon to the version of canon that they created and specified for this version. And they're allowed to do whatever the fuck they want once they've gotten access to the IP and gotten approval. But that doesn't mean that the choices that they make in that particular version apply to everything else, right? So that being said, let's see, if we look on the left over here, it does say mental and physical energy, that is yin and yang release. This is the same panel as over here. Yin release, which can create form out of naught, and yang release, which can instill life into that form. Deftly manipulating these two properties, the sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, developed the creation of all things jutsu. He likewise created the 9 bodies of the Biju from the 10 tails chakra, making them another gift of yin and yang release. Later, the Uchiha clan would tend to inherit the power of the yin release, while Shenjus would tend to inherit the power of yang release. Okay, yeah, that's totally fine. So just keeping in mind that what's happening here is that he's using a combination of these two different things to manipulate physical and mental energies. It's not pure nothingness or anything like that. I don't think he is saying that, but just to be clear.
This is seen with the Izanagi, which is a genjutsu that rewrites reality itself and is said to be an application of Hagoromo's jutsu to create things out of energy.
Okay, so I like the fact that he does say create things out of energy. However, let's pay close attention. Well, not however, like give credit for that, because he, like, Noodles didn't say that shit, and this guy is saying that. So credit where credit is due. However, he Key here says that the genjutsu rewrites reality, and I think rewriting reality is a very loose and esoteric and imprecise way of describing what is happening here. And we talked about this before with Noodles, but just to go over this, what does it say on panel? What does it actually say on the screen? What the fuck is Danzo actually saying here? He's saying, this is Danzo, right? Not Hanzo. Yeah, Danzo. An ultimate genjutsu cast upon oneself that blurs the border between fantasy and reality, and that eye that uses the Izanagi loses its sight, never to open again. Oh, I think these are out of order, but anyway, the Izanagi, where for a few seconds span of time, anything disadvantageous to the caster, damage, or even death can be rewritten as dream. So what is Obito saying? Does he say all of reality is being rewritten? Reality itself, the fabric of reality, the nature of the universe? No. What does he say specifically? Anything disadvantageous to the caster, damage, or even death can be rewritten as a dream, as the caster's dream. It's a genjutsu that's cast on oneself that blurs the border between fantasy and reality. So in every person in Naruto, they have, who is using chakra, they have a combination of physical matter and mental/spiritual matter, which is essentially all the ingredients you need to make a living thing. If you think about the 9 Biju, they are solid, they are tangible, they can bleed, right? And they're sentient, but they were made out of taking chakra and then applying light and shadow releases to them. So what Danzo is doing here is he's doing to himself what Hagoromo did to the Biju chakra. He's essentially, or the Jubi chakra. He is basically telling his brain, hey, by the way, anything that happens over the next 10 seconds, a minute, whatever it is just, it's not real. It's an illusion. And then the brain says, oh, okay, gotcha. That must have been an illusion. Then everything else, that reality that we experienced was actually just an illusion. So I better rewrite this so that we go back to reality, if that makes sense, right? So like, oh shit, I just get shot in the chest with a giant ass arrow. Actually, that was just a dream. I better wake up from this dream. And so what he does is he rewrites his body and his physical energy and his spiritual energy such that that never happened to him. It's not like it, but like he retains the memory of having gone through this. He's well aware that he went through this, and the eye also is affected by it, right? The eye loses its sight. So he doesn't actually change physical reality itself. There is a tangible, notable effect that remains in reality. Nothing else around him changes, but he himself rearranges his own physical and spiritual energy and remakes himself. Essentially, this is a healing jutsu. Essentially, he's doing the same thing that Tsunade does when she releases her 100 healing chakra and is just able to regenerate whatever happens to her for a little while within certain limits. Here it's just that, but without limits. And here, instead of like regenerating the cells in his body, he's actually reconstituting his entire physical self using a manipulation of physical energy. It's body bending. He's bending his own body back into shape, and it's really, really fucking cool. But it has nothing to do with like altering the fabric of reality. That's a complete misconception. um Ryoman says, somebody just told me that if he could transform into anything, it'd be Timari's sock. Oh my god. I don't get the socks thing, man. But hey, I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum. You do you. More power to you. Donzo is saying it's just like it would be so covered in sand. Anyway. Oh wait, she doesn't even wear socks. Did he mean like sandal? Because I don't think the Naruto characters wear socks. They have those open-toed sandals. So I don't know if that's better or worse. Danzo beats Minato. Oh, those are fighting words, but not for me because I don't care. Like that's fine. I'm okay with that. Sorry says Danzo saying GG I'm broken and then proceeds to fail while being exactly. Sorry says we got Kingdom Hearts 4 news. Mickey is playable. This is not a drill. We've got King Mickey. It's been 3,000 years. Oh, congratulations. That sounds exciting. Yeah, that I think I'm actually kind of surprised that Mickey hasn't been playable up till now since he's the flagship. Like, do you know why that is? Or like that? No, what's the term for that? Not the flagship, but like the number one primo character, or whatever. But yeah, let's continue.
Itself, and is said to be an application of Hagoromo's jutsu to create things out of energy. Thus, in Naruto, Genjutsu can create real physical things and isn't limited to just making illusions.
Okay, well, I object a bit to that phrasing. What he said was that in Naruto, Genjutsu isn't just a fucking. What do you say specifically? Let's hear it.
Can create real physical things.
Real physical things.
And isn't limited to just making illusions.
And isn't limited to just making illusions. Well, let's examine that, right? Izanagi is a Genjutsu. That's true. But when we say it's making real physical things, what it's really doing is reshaping something. And specifically, it's reshaping something to put it back the way it was before. So when Danzo gets, like, we never see people use Izanagi in any other way, really, right? Like, we don't see people use Izanagi to grow extra limbs or to get super buff or to, I don't know, like, restore their bald spots in their hair or something like that. You know what I mean? It's never to make a proactive future change or anything like that. Or it's never like, I forget, what is that superhero who like can basically run a simulation and then rewind time? Like, he sends a version of himself into a place and then he tries to like fight the guards in a place, and then he keeps running that simulation over and over and over again till he determines the exact sequence of events that he needs to execute, and then he goes in and he just does it once flawlessly. It's not like that. Like, the Izanagi is never forward looking. It's not actively changing and sculpting and growing that way. It's just fixing mistakes. That's the whole point, is that it gives you another try. When Obito uses it, the only time I think we ever see him use it is specifically to survive the damage that Conan did to him and reverse that damage done to him, right? It's not like he looks into the future or anything like that and then like finds a way to just avoid getting hit at all. He gets hit and then he's like, he rewrites or reverses that by reconstituting his own physical self. As for any other jutsu, I mean, like, let's look at the list of genjutsu on the Naruto wiki. Why don't I have the... okay. Apparently, I need permission to see the list of genjutsu, so we're not going to be able to do that, but I was trying to think of any genjutsu that I could think of, and I personally couldn't think of any that have this ability. So, one second. So, Genjutsu Sekai. Okay, I guess we don't need to get too deep into this, but like, let's think about the various Genjutsu that we see in the series. So, off the top of my head, there's the Toad song Gamarinsho. There is the Tsukuyomi, which we'll come back to in a minute. There's Izanagi, which we already talked about. There's Izanami. There's Korowa Matsukami. There is the various forms of like Sharingan Genjutsu that just like stun people or like get them to talk or whatever. There is the Senmeigan one or whatever it's called. There is the shit like the one that the sound ninjas use where they're attacking Kabuto and Naruto's team in the forest. There's the one that Orochimaru uses in a few different places. There's the one that Kabuto uses where the feathers fall and stuff like that. There's the one that Gay uses a couple of times to stun Sakura. Go through this. Or there's the one in the Akatsuki novel where they use it to like Shangri-La is using it to hide themselves. You go through the series and actually like just try to find an example of any genjutsu that actually creates anything physical. I couldn't do it. I'm probably forgetting some, but I mean, look through these things over here. The Kuro Genjutsu doesn't create anything physical. Um, a lot of these I think are from the anime as well, but I am genuinely finding it difficult to think of any. Oh yeah, the Flute Genjutsu, the fucking like Taiyuya's Chains of Fantasia. So even the super powerful Genjutsu that like cause people to have horrible hallucinations where their flesh is melting, or like get them to change that, like to reveal their secrets or anything, none of them actually create anything physical. So I think I object to this phrasing because it kind of seems like what Key is saying is like he's trying to set us up by saying like, hey, look, genjutsu can create physical things just categorically in general. So now I'm about to talk to you about how the Tsukuyomi creates physical things, and if that's weird to you, it shouldn't be, because I've already established that genjutsu can create physical things. But Izanagi doesn't really work like that, and genjutsu in general don't really work like that. And it's like, even the Naruto wiki, if you just look up like what a genjutsu is, and of course like it's a wiki, so you know we can verify it, we don't have to take this as our number one source, but just for convenience right now, genjutsu literally means illusionary techniques. It's one of the main jutsu categories which users talk about. Unlike ninjutsu, the effects of genjutsu are not real, being only sensory illusions experienced by those who fall victim to it. You didn't release, that's fine, but like the whole and like there are references here to like including the novels, right? But also the manga itself and stuff like that. Explanation. So that I do tend to find that the wiki is pretty reliable, if for no other reason than it just like cites its sources really well, and it's very easy to go and like look up and verify those things, right? But the whole point of genjutsu is that it is affecting the chakra flow to the five senses of the opponent that you're attacking, and forcing them to believe or see or experience, etc., things that aren't actually there. Like, it's not meant to have anything to do with the physical, because you have two other means of inflicting physical damage on people via ninjutsu and taijutsu. This is the exception, right? Like, this particular style of technique is based around the sort of illusory deception, like pseudo-magical nature of shinobi combat. And that's what makes it special, is that it isn't physical. So, you know, I would challenge anybody to go through the data books and the fan books and anything, and look at any time a definition is supplied for genjutsu. I guarantee you it's always going to say illusion. It's an illusion. It's always been illusion techniques. Like, every genjutsu in the series is an illusion technique. Yes, there is an illusion technique in the form of the Izanagi that can also have an effect on someone's physical body, but that's an exception, right? It's still an illusion. It's just kind of esoteric, because you are convincing your own body that what is real was actually fake, so that your body rewrites itself. But that's it. Like, that's the most powerful, actually, like that's the closest an illusion gets to having a tangible effect on reality, except for Tsukuyomi stuff, which we'll talk about in a second. Okay. Sorry, it says King Mickey's always just kind of around doing... Oh, he is actually a king. Okay. He's kind of around doing other stuff, while Donald and Goofy and Sora are who we follow. Sometimes Sora and Riku, but usually just Sora, Donald, and Goofy, except BBS and KH in Kingdom Hearts days. I'm not sure about that. Oh yeah, did Obito just have a spare eye, or did he just not use Kamui because Hashirama sells? So when he fought Conan, he used Kamui for a while, but the whole thing was like he like could only use it for 5 minutes, right? So like basically he can't fly, and we could go through the fight and actually analyze it, but I think the deal is that Conan like applies a bunch of paper tags to himself, And so he can't just like go into his Kamui dimension because the paper tags will follow him. But he can't stay because they're like on him. But he can't stay here either because the paper tags are all around him. So he basically is kind of stuck. He can either go. Yeah, so like when she explodes these things, he like makes the tags disappear and sends the tags into the Kamui dimension so that they explode there instead of on him, right? So in order to do that, he makes that part of his body intangible. But those like in order to do that, he has to activate the Kamui, and the Kamui can only be active for 5 minutes consecutively. So like in order for his entire body to go to the Kamui dimension and get away from her entirely, he needs to first make his entire body tangible and then go. So basically, Obito has two options at this point. One is he can make his whole body tangible, and then he can take his whole body into the Kamui dimension. And from that point, he can then send these paper bombs back and he'll be safe. But if he tries to do that, if he tries to go into Kamui like he's doing here, Conan will just make these paper bombs explode and he'll get damaged. If that happens, then Obito makes himself intangible so that the paper bombs go to the Kamui dimension, and basically he just needs to wait for an opportunity to where he sent all the paper bombs in, and now he no longer has to worry about them, and then he can make himself tangible and then go to the Kamui dimension himself. But he can't do that because Conan is going to continually send paper bombs at him over and over and over again, and he can only sustain Kamui for up to 5 minutes. So basically she's just going to totally overwhelm him with all of that shit. And so he's like, I think what he does is waits until he whatchamacallit, he waits until he's like getting near the end of his 5-minute timer. Like he waits until it's like 4 minutes and 49 seconds or whatever, and then he turns on Izanagi. So he turns on Izanagi right before he fucking runs out of Kamui. And then at that point, he does like get fucked up by paper bombs for however much longer. Like he probably gets his limbs blown off in his face. Like he probably goes through hell and gets totally messed up. But then the Izanagi rewrites his body and he goes back to normal, if that makes sense. Then again, we do see him doing this here. And I think the Izanagi uses his other eye, right? His left eye. So I think you could argue that here he's taking the mask off, and then as soon as the mask comes off and the paper bombs start exploding, this is actually where he turns off Kamui, because he's like, okay, it's not going to be useful anymore, so I'm just going to start Izanagi now, and then when Izanagi runs out, then I'll turn back on Kamui. And I think that might be actually what he's doing. It's kind of unclear. Anyway, hopefully that answers the question. Let's see. Ryoman said, oh yeah, and then like he does have all those spare eyes in the you know the scene I'm talking about, like after the Danzo fight. I always have a hell of a time remembering where the fuck this scene is, but it's like right after the Danzo fight, I think. Is it 4? Just skip ahead a little bit. Yeah, it's when like Kakashi shows up, they have a little confrontation. I think it's right before the scene we were talking about. There's this scene where they take Sasuke back, this conversation, and I think this is where it is at the end of this. But I guess not. This is the scene I was talking about the last time, about like the technology. Yeah, okay, so this is the scene where they are engaging in this conversation with other people from across the world, and they have like these tanks of liquid that are kind of connected to these TVs. Remember when we were talking about like the batteries and the power sources and stuff like that? This is the shit I was looking for back then. Okay, it's in 488. I gotta remember that. Cool. Yeah. So I guess I thought it was here. Oh yeah, here we go. So actually this isn't the scene I was looking for. There's another one, but Obito does have a huge ass collection of presumably Sharingan, but they're spare eyes anyway. I guess it's must be right after the Itachi fight. Where the fuck is the first one? Anyway, getting off topic, but yeah, it's there. Ryoman says Obito's a lucky guy. I'd also want to be one shot by Konan's paper bombs. I hope that's a euphemism. Dr. Strangle says me uses Izanagi. Eye fades slowly while a Glock slowly appears in my hand. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, Obito went for the Silent Hill steel pipe, but I mean the overall ethos was there.
This is seen with Obito, who using the Sharingan created the Kamui dimension. In Naruto Ninja, he also uses the limit.
1 second.
This is seen with Obito, who using the Sharingan created the Kamui dimension.
Okay, so Key over here says that Obito created the Kamui dimension. For now, I'm gonna just say sure. I don't actually know if Obito created it himself. The thing that it says over here is a powerful dojutsu that can transfer everything into the dimension created with the Mangekyo Sharingan. And Obito is the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and so it's reasonable to say that it is his and that he created it. However, I am skeptical of databook statements, as you know, and I wonder if maybe like we're supposed to look at this and be like, the dimension itself was created with the Mangekyo Sharingan, but then like whoever gets a Mangekyo inherits it. You know, like Kakashi can eventually go to Kamui, and he with his Mangekyo. Well, it's Obito's anyway, so maybe. I don't know if it's ever like explicitly explained that Obito made it himself, but I guess he could have. It's just I wonder if there's more of a legacy to it that we're not getting here, and this is just like a overly literal interpretation. The thing is, other reasons to be skeptical of this include like the godly eyes that conquer even fate's horizon, coercing everything into another dimension. The dojutsu can transfer everything into the dimension created with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay. Massively, okay, and then where's it? Objects are transferred immediately into the dimension. So, like, there are a lot of things in this description here that are just wrong. It doesn't happen immediately, and it can't transfer everything. But at the same time, like, that doesn't mean everything is wrong either. So, I don't know. I'm personally skeptical about this. I'm personally not convinced that Obito actually created it himself, but I won't hold that, like, I won't use that as like a reason to be mad at Key or whatever. Like, I think it's an understandable interpretation. I just have like my own issues with it. Ryoman says, I hope that's what... I said, I hope that's a euphemism. Like, I hope you don't actually want to be destroyed by the paper bombs themselves. I hope that is a metaphor for something else that you're talking about. That's what I was saying, Ryoman. Dr. Strangle says, I rewrote reality to give me a Glock. Well, in the Naruto universe, there are actually guns in the Naruto universe. I forget. We were talking about this a long time ago, but there's like one... Oh, well, in Kakashi Retsuden, they have like cannons. They have like artillery cannons that they're using to attack and like lay siege to this village. So, and then I think there's a store like in like chapter 4 or something like that they go into, and there's like a gun on the wall somewhere. So technically speaking, and there are a couple of mentions of gunpowder. I can pull out my notes. There's like 2 or 3 mentions of gunpowder in this series. So it's there in the world. They just don't use it because they have better tools, I guess.
In Naruto Ninja, he also uses the limited Tsukuyomi to create a parallel universe that mirrors the main one based on the desires of its target.
Okay, so this is where I get Angry John starts to come out. Okay.
Tsukuyomi to create a
Let's just listen to what he said one more time.
Using the Sharingan created the Kamui dimension. In Naruto Ninja, he also uses the limited Tsukuyomi to create a parallel universe that mirrors the main one based on the desires of its target.
Okay, so just to be clear, what he said was that in Road to Ninja, he creates a parallel universe based on the desires of the people inside of it, right? That being said, this is a blurb which I think is pretty much accurate. I don't know where this comes from. Again, cite your sources, please. But this does represent an accurate description of what happens in the story. Let's specifically say what it, describe what it says about this feat. They, Sakura and Naruto, are confronted by Tobi, who tracked down Naruto down when the Akatsuki planted a seal on him. And we do see that Naruto has this thing on his ankle that activates. Toby then uses the technique Gente Tsukuyomi and transports the two into an alternate reality. Okay, so what this says here is that they're using an alternate reality. Okay. Alternate reality is a specific phrase, which is not the same specific phrase as alternate universe. Or what are you saying exactly?
It's Tsukuyomi to create a parallel universe.
Parallel universe. So something that I'm trying to be cognizant of, trying to be aware of, is that different phrases have very specific meanings and can mean different things to different people based on their experience of both like the like a genre of media. You know, like hyperspace means something different to a physicist, as somebody will, I'm sure, confirm in chat, than it does to somebody who is only like familiar with hyperspace and Star Wars and stuff like that. Although they're not mutually exclusive, right? So, with that being said, parallel universe is a very specific phrase that means something very specific. And I wanted to know whether or not the phrase parallel universe was an adequate reflection of what's actually happening in Road to Ninja. So, spoiler alert, it's not. The reason why is because, just as a quick refresher in case anybody's not aware, the story of Road to Ninja, very, very briefly, is that Obito shows up before the war arc, and everybody's still calling him Madara, and he has this mask on, and he has this crystal ball, and the crystal ball looks exactly like the one that Hiruzen has when he's like spying on people in like chapter 1, and this is what he uses to spy on people in the bath. He shows up and like a day before the events of Road to Ninja, and he watches children in the bath like a pervert with his crystal ball, and then he wants to cast a version of the infinite Tsukuyomi called the limited Tsukuyomi to create a dream world and get Naruto stuck in the dream world. He thinks that if the dream world reflects Naruto's desires and innermost heart's longings or whatever, that Naruto will stay in the dream world, it'll weaken his psyche, and then the seal on the Nine Tails will be weakened, and Obito can pop into the dream world and basically take the Nine Tails. So there's two goals that Obito is trying to achieve. One is to test the infinite Tsukuyomi by performing a limited Tsukuyomi, and two is to get the Nine Tails. He performs this by showing up in Konoha. He presumably uses Kamui to get into Konoha. He has this crystal ball. In this scene, this is 17 minutes, 37 seconds into the movie. He throws the crystal ball up into the air. The crystal ball goes in front of the moon, and then the Rinne Sharingan pattern appears on it. You can see that the moon is like the inner circle. You can see the patterning and texturing on it, and then you can see that the shiny texture on the outside is the actual like crystal ball itself, right? And so this causes a blinding flash of light, and then Naruto and Sakura end up in this alternate space. And in the alternate space, they run into all these characters. Everything is off. The characters are people are acting out of character. All their like character traits are reversed and stuff like that, etc., etc. So once they get there, there's a scene where Naruto and Sakura sit on the like near the Hokage monument, overlooking the village, and they start talking to each other about what's happening. And in the English version on Prime, Naruto says, "This place, I feel like I'm losing my mind." In the Japanese version with English subtitles, this is how the conversation goes. And here are the time codes in the movie if you want to check this out yourself. He says, "I tried releasing the Genjutsu, but it didn't make a difference." So the first thing that Naruto says to Sakura is, "I tried releasing the Genjutsu." So his first assessment of the situation that they're in is that he thinks they're in a Genjutsu, and he tried to perform Genjutsu release, but it didn't work. Okay, so he's acknowledging it as being a Genjutsu right out of the gate. He also says in Japanese, he says "itai kokoa," which I think means like, he says something along the lines of, "I don't understand this place. Like, I don't understand here," right? He doesn't use the word world or anything at that point. Then he's like, "Why the fuck aren't we out of this if I use Genjutsu release?" And Sakura responds by saying, "When Madara used his jutsu, we were brought into some other world, and that's the only explanation that I can think of." Or that's the only other explanation is what she says. And then she says, but we actually don't have enough information to go on. So work with me to make sure our intel gathering goes smoothly. So what's happening here is they get into this world. They don't know what's going on. Naruto says, I think it's a genjutsu, but I tried to release it and that didn't work. So what else could it be? And Sakura says, well, we must have been brought into this alternate world. That's the only other thing I can think of, but I guess we need more information. So the context of the scene is that they're trying to figure out what's happening. And Naruto here uses this phrase "itai kokoa," whatever that means. And then when Sakura is describing it, she specifically uses the phrase "betsu no sekai," which means the other world, right? Sekai means world. And if you're not sure about that, let's go check. So now, sekai can mean the universe, but the primary definition of it is the world, and it can also mean society, and it can also mean sphere or circle, etc., etc. So yes, it's true that it can mean the universe, but it also means the world, right? And going forward, we see other, like a fictional setting, fictional world, fictional universe, etc. So it doesn't necessarily mean the entire universe in terms of like the space and the cosmos. That would be universe, cosmos, space. So notice that like this word, I'm going to play it. It might be quite loud. Just jump scare warning, 3, 2, 1.
Uchu, uchu, uchu.
Yeah, uchu, right? So the word that I understand, I'm not a Japanese native speaker, but as I understand it, sekai can mean universe, but it can also mean world. And the word that you want to pick to really mean universe is uchu. Did I say that right?
Uchu.
Uchu. Okay. So, and look at the example here. Will the universe expand indefinitely, right? So they're specifically using it in terms of like the space universe. Okay, so here he says sekai instead. What does he say over here? Well, he also says sekai. The full phrase in Japanese he says is doko ga betsu no sekai te. And I think betsu means other or second, right? So betsu no sekai te is like, where is this other world is what he's saying. Okay, and then when Obito later is talking about this, what kind of word does he use? He says kono sekai, okay? And then I'll come back to this in a second. In this instance over here, he uses the term world. What does he say? He says ano sekai wa. Over in this scene where they're talking about, where Sakura and Naruto are walking along, they're talking about it. What is the word they use? Basho. And basho means space, right? So space, room, gap, emptiness, is this it? Space interval. No, it's not this, I don't think.
Kankaku.
Yeah, that's not it. This is
空間
yeah, it's not kukan. It's hang on, like I'll find it. Yeah, basho, place.
場所
Yep, that's the one that they use. And like again, feel free to fact check me here, but like I have the time code. We can just fuck it. We can just like look at the movie itself, 3519. Hopefully YouTube doesn't fuck with me, but it shouldn't.
駅はないみたい術で連れてこられた場所だけど
Oh yeah, did you hear that? So
ここはマダラの術で連れてこられた場所だけど
at the end, Sakura says basho dakedo, right? So she's saying, she's referring specifically to this place. Okay, so there's another instance of it, right? And yep, we're gonna keep going. So over here, Sakura again says kono basho wa. She says this place is. Here, Naruto says, I know it's not real. So keep that in mind. Naruto and Sakura, this is the same exact scene, right? This is 2 seconds later. And Naruto is talking about how this place isn't real. It's part of the same basic conversation. Now, here's where things get kind of interesting. So originally, I thought that I had a gotcha moment. I thought that I'd figured it out. I cracked the code. Because let's listen to what motherfucker says here at 1:15:08. So let's go to 1:15:08. Okay. So in this scene, Sakura has gotten like chained up by these ceiling binding jutsu or whatever by Obito.
ここは
限定つく読みで作られたもう一つの現実
So you notice how he says genjutsu at the end right there, and he definitely says genjutsu, and I was like, oh, okay, so genjutsu must be him referring to this being a dream world. Let's listen to it again.
限定つく読みで作られたもう一つの現実
right? So he's saying, oh, okay, I've created another dream world, and I've proven my point, and I can move on. And I thought I had it all figured out, except that I was wrong. Because this word over here,
現実
funny enough, the word for genjutsu, illusion technique, and genjitsu, meaning reality, actuality, or hard fact, sound almost exactly alike.
現実
And I think that what Obito is saying over here, and this could be used as evidence against my position, I guess. Listen one more time.
限定つく読みで作られたもう一つの現実
Mohitotsu no genjitsu. He's saying, like, this is another reality. Okay, so he does use that phrase, it's another reality. My interpretation of this, based on my limited knowledge, is that the fact that it's saying reality, actuality, or hard fact is that he is referring to the truth of the genjutsu, but he's not necessarily saying this is a parallel universe, right? He's just saying that, like, this is a reality, this is a version of life or something like that. Like, there are facts, there are rules here, like the reality of the matrix, essentially the truth of this existence, as opposed to calling it a parallel reality or a parallel universe in the Western sci-fi trope sense. But anyway, going on, we're almost done with this. He also says former world. When he says former world, he says Basho and Sekai. Again, Naruto over here also says Sekai. And then, we'll talk about this later. Yeah, that's it. So, and then, like, so here's the thing. In a second, we'll talk about Ninja Storm connections, and I went through and I did the same thing. Anytime I heard them, like, I saw a subtitle that said world, I listened to what they said. I found the Japanese dub, and then I looked it up. And the two words that are used are kukan and sekai. And kukan means space, and sekai means world, and then basho means place. So in every single instance, and maybe there are a couple that I missed, but I went through as many as I can. I watched this movie multiple times. I never once found a single reference, not one, to any character ever saying universe or parallel universe or anything like that. At the best I can say is that, technically speaking, one possible interpretation of the term world is, of that word, of sekai, is potentially universe. But it is not the exclusive interpretation, and there's no guarantee that that's what they're saying here. It doesn't even really seem to fit the picture of what's happening. So I don't think that just because one of the potential interpretations of that one particular word out of context could potentially be universe. I mean, like, if they really wanted to tell us that this was actually a parallel universe, they have dozens of opportunities to tell us that, to use that word, and they never once use it. So I think it is a little bit dishonest, or at least a little bit incurious, to start off this section by just saying this is a parallel universe, while providing no actual examples of that specific phrase or term being used. I think it unfortunately kind of biases the whole conversation, in that you're leading the conversation by saying this is a parallel universe. Now look at all this other stuff, which you will agree is part of a parallel universe, right? But you haven't actually demonstrated the validity of that initial term. So it's just kind of, what is it, like poisoning the well? Is that the right term for it? It's just making the whole rest of the conversation colored differently. Sorry, now I really got to catch up on chat. I was just kind of on a roll there. So let's see. Sorry, it says this is why cosmogony and cosmology is important. If you're going to have two different dimensions, because I want to know how this came into being, because it's like you said, this is understandable. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's entirely possible and even plausible for there to be multiple versions of reality, but it's a matter of whether or not that means the creation of an entire universe. And look, again, while I'm at it, again, the whole point of the story is that Obito wants to get the Nine Tails, right? So if we do think he actually created a parallel universe, how fucking stupid is he? He created an entire universe, including quintillions of black holes, mind you. Like, I think that people don't really spend enough time thinking about how big the universe is. Quintillions of black holes, millions times trillions of planets, and everything else in the universe. He just made all of those literally, physically, actually. He spent all the energy to create all of those, literally, physically, actually, just so he could get Kurama, like a half of Kurama, a tiny, infinitesimally small fraction of a portion of that energy. If he can already do that, if he can use 7 Biju, that's the other thing. Like, he was using the power of 7 Biju to power the limited Tsukuyomi, as opposed to 9 to power a full Tsukuyomi, or the infinite Tsukuyomi. So, like, if he can use the power of 7 Biju to create a Ninetales, why the fuck is he also creating quintillions of black holes? Like, what is wrong with this guy? That not Key. Like, what is wrong with Obito that he's creating quintillions of black holes just to make one fucking fox? Is he that stupid? Is he that dumb? Like, come on. All this research for a Philistine movie. Yeah, I know. I can't help myself, man. This is just how my brain works. But it's fun. This is my version of fun. So it's just really stupid. And then, like, I don't know. You have to figure, like, does Obito even... So if the dream world here, you know, is actually based on the knowledge and the desires of the people in it, right? What the fuck does Obito... Yeah, like, it's a perfect copy of the world, whatever, but it's distorted by the people who are in it. And their desires, and he's shaping it around the desires of Naruto. He's specifically designing the dream world to fuck with Naruto's head and to, like, get him to stay there so that he gives him the... Why does he need to make, like, 5 quintillion black holes? Or, sorry, 40 quintillion black holes? Like, why does he need to do that? Why does Naruto know anything about that? Why does he give a shit? Does Naruto even know what a black hole is? Does Naruto even know, like how stars work? Like, does he know how many stars there are? Does Obito even know what a fucking black hole is? Like, think about all of that shit, right? Like, we're saying Obito because this is what Key is leading up to, that Obito is essentially universal here, that he's performing a universe level feat because he is creating an entire universe. But, like, how the fuck does he know about any of that stuff, and why the fuck is that relevant to anything that Naruto's doing? Unless Obito doesn't know, in which case the 7 Biju and the Ghetto Mazo have enough power inside them to create quintillions of black holes, but nobody ever figures that out. It just happens accidentally. So this is like a fucking universal whoopsie daisy. Obito just actually accidentally hits the create, like, he hits the give me a free fox button and it comes with a free fucking entire ass universe. Like, what the fuck? It just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let's see. This is why Cosmo. Oh yeah, the created is in the present tense, so it's the created is in the present tense, so it's create or creates, and it's not dimension but space time. And the panel on the scan is of the twisty portal Kamui generates. So put 2 and 2 together. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna make you repeat yourself here. But which can you remind me, please, which one you're referring to? Is it the sorry, I totally lost track of what you said, but I'd love to go back over that again. Dr. Strangle, if you don't mind. Saria says, but it's like bro's eye created a time space from being traumatized. I mean, I guess so, but can we confirm it? Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's sort of the idea. It's entirely possible. Or were you saying about the Izanagi? Yeah. Okay. Oh, you must be talking about the Kamui you were talking about before. This is from a while ago. Okay. So the created is in the present tense. So it creates or generates the space-time. Okay, yep. So thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. So that makes much more sense then. So it's not actually talking about the Kamui dimension. It's talking about the Kamui space-time thing that brings him to the dimension, and it's not specifically saying that yeah, he, like, physically created himself necessarily. Yeah, I got you, Dr. Strangle. It took me a second to catch up. Hey, Aloha, I'm sorry. I'm, like, way behind on chat. I see your message there. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you are having a good weekend. And yes, I did. I fell for the Genjutsu. And the funny thing is, like, I played it for my partner, or, like, I said it for my partner, and she immediately noticed the difference. It took me way longer. I only noticed it because I looked up the definition of real or reality or something, and it turned out to be Genjutsu, and I was like, wait, shit, and I had to go back and figure that out. So it was a come to Jesus moment or whatever. Is that the term for it? Just like a rude awakening. That's what I'm looking for. Metro Man has all the information. I certainly have a mountain of shit here. Mountain of not shit, not crap, just like big old pile of numbers, big old pile of references. Hopefully somebody finds it interesting. We don't have enough info to go on. Is honest, and I'm tired of pretending it's not a good fucking answer. Yeah, exactly. That we don't have enough info to go on. Yeah, that's the whole fucking point of this scene, is that like they don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't understand it. Remember when we were talking about Naruto, like the fucking, and I saw that Darth Magog wanted to talk about the Kaguya's stars and stuff like that. So like let's skip ahead to, is it 690, 680, something like that. Remember when we were talking about like the Noodles multiversal stuff? Oh no, 680, sorry. And he said that like it was Kakashi has this line where he's like, is this a genjutsu? When he's discussing what Kaguya is doing, and then Noodles was like, see, Kakashi says it's just like genjutsu, and then genjutsu can be used to create reality, like in Road to Ninja, and therefore Kaguya is creating realities, right? And it's like, he's asking the fucking question, and then he immediately then says, no, it's real. It's like Noodles took like this panel. It wasn't this panel specifically, it was one from a couple chapters later, but he just took just this one and didn't include the one next to it for context, or didn't include these two. He's like, you see, everyone? Kakashi is saying that it's just like a genjutsu. And since we know genjutsu can create entire realities, Kakashi says it's not a fucking genjutsu right here. He says no. That's the whole point. Like, there's this moment of tension and release. There's this moment of uncertainty as Kakashi's overwhelmed. Kakashi's not a dictionary that exists as like, his sole purpose is just spout fucking exposition for people to use in petty, like, internet arguments. Believe it or not, he's being portrayed as a human being who's going through a bit of a crisis. And look, he's again, it's not a genjutsu. He literally says it twice verbatim stated. But motherfucker was just like, no, I'll just take the one panel out of context. I'll be good. We're good, dog. Like, it's so fucking lame. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Darth Magog mentions, oh wait, hang on, I gotta catch up a little bit. Because against Kakuzu's Universal Plus durability. Yeah, exactly. That raw durability, man. You can't get through that raw durability no matter what. So you mentioned stars in Kaku's dimension. Please let me know if there is anything in particular you would like to see. But in general, there's a couple of things that people refer to when they talk about this. So Kaguya, as you know, switches between her different dimensions using Ame no Minaka. And this is something that Ki will talk about as well. But as she goes through and like cycles through those dimensions or whatnot, we sometimes see that there are apparently, we are apparently seeing celestial bodies of some sort in the sky. So it's a little difficult to see here. But when she goes to the desert dimension, let's see, we'll find them eventually. Basically, what you'll see is that there will be some source of light in her various dimensions, and there will also often be a moon or something like that. So source of light, right? It's a desert. Sasuke seems to be hot. He's perspiring. You could argue that he's perspiring because he's working hard to like try to use his Kamui in order to kind of get out of here. I've heard people say that I think it might have even been Ki saying that like he's perspiring because he's hot, and I actually like that because it's kind of taking the biome into account. But obviously these places aren't pitch black. It seems like there's some source of light nearby. Let's move on and see if we can find the specific examples though. But essentially what they're saying is that because there are celestial bodies nearby, that Kaguya, and if these are actually like separate closed off dimensions, they're not actually like it's fucking face, I swear to God. They're actually not like just planets or whatever that she left teleport locations onto. That means that she must have created a source of light for them. So if she makes a dimension that has a planet and the planet is illuminated, then that indicates that the planet must have a star that's illuminating it. And I think on one of these we actually see that the planet has so here, right, like we see these rays coming down from the sky, and over here as well, this definitely looks like sunlight, right? So keep that one in mind. And like some kind of atmosphere because they're breathing and talking and shit like that. And then there's the one from Storm that we'll talk about in a second. but just wanted to see. There's actually not all that much information from the manga. There's only a couple of scenes. Let's keep going. And there might very well be one in this dimension too. It's just kind of hard to see because it's snowing, right? If I miss anything, I'm trying to scan, see. I don't think it shows up just yet. I think it's in the final confrontation in the root time space. We don't really see one here. See one here. But this is still the gravity dimension. Okay, so we should see one here somewhere. I think. I thought for sure there was one here. Like a sun here. But I guess for power scaling purposes, here's the thing. I know this is going to sound super lame, and nobody wants to hear this, but it's okay because I like to hear myself talk. So, for power scaling purposes, the temptation is to say that since Kaguya created a dimension and the dimension has something that looks like a sun, then it must be a sun, and therefore she is star level because she essentially created like a star. And therefore, since she created a sun and a planet, they are in a system together, a solar system. Therefore, she created a solar system, and therefore she is solar system level. My problem with that is that until we actually measure the sun, we don't actually know how big it is. And so if we're trying to say a term like solar system level, which I believe is in reference to a comparison to our solar system, we can't really say that in good faith unless we actually compare the size of the sun and its heat output and stuff like that, its brightness, its distance. Until we get like some kind of measurements about that sun and compare them to our sun, we can't really say that, right? So I guess I've gone through all of this, and I don't actually see a sun. All I see is a light source. And I think the temptation is just to say, like, because, like, to sort of jump to that conclusion, right? And be like, well, this technically counts as a sun, that technically counts as a solar system, so let's just assume that she is solar system level. And I think that's a bit of a stretch. I'm not saying she can't be, but I think that is a bit of a stretch. There is also a panel in Boruto or something where Sasuke is like looking for Kaguya's dimensions, and we see like a moon or something, but I thought it was at the end of the Shin arc, but I guess I'm mistaken. Maybe I might as well just Google it because I don't know if I still have it. So Sasuke Kaguya dimension, something like that. Yeah, I don't even remember where this is from. I thought it was at the end of that, but like at one point Sasuke goes back to the root time space, and when he does, this is in Boruto at some point, when he does go back, you can see this is the moon that they made with the Chibaku Tensei, and then you see this in the background, and so people are like, well, this has to be a sun because it's a source of illumination, and since it's a sun, then it's part of a solar system and it's equivalent to our sun, etc., right? Same thing here, right? Like I don't know for sure where this is coming from, but if we just assume, like, take it in good faith that this is a screenshot from like the anime adaptation of this or something, then there's your sun, right? But as far as I know, oh yeah, this as well. I've seen this before. I don't know what this is from. I think this is from the anime, but like, here's another example of there's a moon and then another thing over there, and then we see all these stars in the background. Although I think this might actually be snow. I think this might be from the movie. Let me see if it actually... Oh, I'm not on X, so it's not going to work. So yeah, I don't think that that's going to be the case, but anyway. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I'll write a note to myself to look it up later. 3:07:20. 1 second. Okay, yeah, so the only other thing I'll say is that let's look at Storm real quick. So we're looking at the Storm Jutsu compilations and shit like that, right? And Kaguya's, when she takes people into her dimension, look like this. And this is the one that you'll hear people talk about a lot. There's that. And she brings people here. Now, this, the way that these, how do you say? The way that these rock formations look like, where they have this sort of like stripy aesthetic to them, to me, it looks a lot like what we see in the manga of how the space is depicted. So even though, like, I'm willing to entertain the interpretation, I think it's not like crazy or anything to say that this is meant to be a representation of the root time space. It looks pretty similar. And then we see all this shit in the background, right? So it looks like a whole bunch of nebulae. Now, granted, okay, I'm being pedantic, I know, but if you I can't do anything else, can't help myself. If you look very close, you can see that it is tiled, right? Like, look at this this color over here, and then this little dot, and then this red blush like that. Like, pay close attention to that shape, and then this little smudge over here that's blue, and then this cloud over here, right? So like, look at that as a cross section, and then look over here, right? This little blue eye is the same thing as this. This little blue smudge is the same thing as this. So it's really just like they have a small texture that's like this big. It's like a square. And they take that texture and they multiply it around the space. So you can just dismiss that and say that I'm being an asshole. And like, they obviously have limitations, technically speaking, and they're doing the best that they can. But their intention overall here was to demonstrate that this time space here, this division of space, whatever you want to call it, for Kaguya, has this massive array of the cosmos behind it. So then comes the question, okay, if that's the case, then is it canonically the case that Kaguya created all of this stuff? Well, if that's true, how do we know that we should take this stuff as canonically the case when we know that this is coming from the same kind of series? Because this depiction was first introduced in Storm 4, if I remember correctly. And Storm 4, we just went through and we saw that there's a whole bunch of other changes. Like the whole fight with Obito. There's entire different fights that never fucking happened. They fundamentally changed like the way that the fights go, that the jutsu are presented. So if all of that stuff is different, why should we assume that this is the correct canonical application or depiction? First of all. Second of all, why can't the developers just be having fun and wanting to make the background look cool? Like, can you imagine if they actually shipped this game and they shipped it with just like a blank white sky? I mean, maybe that would be kind of cool. Like, the minimalism would be kind of nice and everything, right? But like, also, it's the culminating fight of the game against this godlike figure. If you have the ability to depict it in a different light, and you can kind of go crazy with it and be creative, why not do something crazy? Why not make it seem like spacey and sci-fi? And then finally, and this is the rat argument, or like the worm argument, but like, at the same time, technically speaking, they never actually refer to this as the root time space the same way that they do. We never get the, if you go through the story mode in 4, as far as I was able to see, Zetsu never ever calls it the root time space, and he doesn't say anything about the different time spaces connecting to each other. There's no mention of any of that stuff in the history mode in Storm Connections. So the games themselves don't actually tell us what this space is. They have no opinion on what this space is. It's just a place. Unless, like... hang on a second. Stage list. 1 second. No, fuck off. Okay. Playable stages. Let's take a look at the stage names, because this might be a defeater to my point. Was it Kaguya? Let me see. It's called Kaguya's Dimensions. But it doesn't really specify. Okay, so one thing that you could do to check this out, if you have a copy of the game, and you could probably like debunk me here, is if you go into the game and you look at the stage list of the game, and the stage list has this available, right? And you can pick this. Look at the, because I haven't unlocked this in the game. So go here, pick this stage, and then if it says like Kaguya's root time space or something like that, then you could prove what I'm about to say wrong. So there you go. But the worm argument nonetheless is going to come out now and rear its ugly head, being like, how do we know this isn't just some fucking planet? Right? Like, how do we know that this is, in other words, how do we know that this is meant to actually be the same kind of root time space that was created by Kaguya as depicted in the manga, and not some other kind of bullshit planet or space that she pulled out of her digital game version S that doesn't reflect it, right? Like, this could be very different because everything else in the game is very fucking different as well. So, I know it's me just being like a skeptical asshole, but it's also like, regardless if I can convince anybody else or not, I'm not convinced of this. Like, I look at this and I'm like, there's so many questions that I have. There's so much about this that feels weird and ambiguous. And honestly, that's kind of what I want out of the, like, how I would respond to Key and people like him, like videos like this, is not to say like, you're wrong and stupid and here's why your work is bad, shut up. It would just be like, please ask more questions. Just like, if he just redid the video and just like at the end of every sentence added comma I think, or comma it could be, or comma is open to interpretation, I would be fine with it. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Loha says it's her core dimension according to the wiki. There you go. So there's a debunk to my point. Then it's not just some random fucking planet. It's just a core dimension, or like it's her core dimension, and maybe it is supposed to represent the way her dimension from the manga. So there's a potential counter argument. Thank you, Loha. I appreciate you looking that up. And on that note, let me actually catch up a little on chat. Hang on a second. Loha says, one issue I have with the dimension's light sources is that people can see in Kamui dimension, which means that the dimension has a light source, which again gives us Universal Obito. Yes, exactly. Or, I mean, I think you're being sarcastic with the Universal Obito thing there. If so, I'm in agreement. Like, yeah, people can see in there's a light source. There's clearly a means of like getting around. There's like, people can breathe in there. So it's just a space that was created that functions and that is livable. It doesn't mean that there's a sun somewhere or that there's a full ecosystem, right? So sorry, says I didn't have to unlock this stage of my game. It was just there. Typically I do survival and training mode to play around with awakenings. Okay, I'm gonna go. I didn't realize that. I thought that since it was like a late game thing, and clearly I haven't played very far into the game, since it was a late game thing, that it was going to be something that you had to unlock specifically. But if this is just something that's there, after the stream I'm going to go load it up and I'm going to go play around with it and see what I can see. That's cool. I appreciate you letting me know. Yeah, and so Darth Magog, yeah, I think I kind of responded to this, but like, how do we know it's a star? We don't actually. And before, I know I'm kind of behind on responding to other things in chat, but we don't. And here is another very important reason why. So the last Naruto movie is one of those movies where I think pretty much everybody considers that it's canon, right? Like, everybody's pretty much in agreement that it's canon. But like, if you're not familiar with it, Naruto and them go to the fucking moon, and the moon is hollow, and there's a whole society of people inside the moon, including Tonari, who's an Otsutsuki. And this is them flying around. This is in the moon, right? So like, this is them flying in the moon. This is them in the moon. This is a society in the moon, blah, blah, blah. There's these building civilizations. The moon is hollow. People live in it. There's civilizations. There's oceans, or at least seas or lakes or something. There's forests, birds, I think. And all this is happening in the moon. And in the moon, there is a sun. And as you can see, that sun is setting. So there is a day-night cycle. There is an ecosystem. So there is a source of warmth. There's a source of energy and light that is enabling like an ecosystem to exist and take place inside the moon, etc., etc. But how is that? How is there an actual sun inside the moon? Well, the sun is artificial. It is not actually a real sun. Later on in the movie, they go into the middle of the sun. And here they are like flying around inside the moon, right? This thing over here is, or I guess they're calling it the artificial moon, but this is what it is. It's like this spherical thing that's emanating energy. It kind of looks like a sun, but they can actually open up a hole in it and fly inside it. And I think we see that happen. They bomb it, and people inside start to fly, and they come out, and they're like engaging in this dogfight. And so they actually are inside the moon, and then they fly or inside the artificial sun, and then they fly into it, and then there's like castles and shit inside the artificial sun, and the rest of the plot starts to happen, and they start fighting. Like all this stuff that happens here is happening inside the artificial sun. And this guy Toneri is the guy who did all this. Don't worry about this. um, did all this. He did this, and he's an Otsutsuki descendant, let alone an Otsutsuki prime, right? He's not even a full-on Otsutsuki. He's a descendant of Hamura, who's one of Kaguya's children. So the idea that, if this movie hadn't taken place, that I think we would have probably just had a different interpretation. But at this point, unfortunately, or for better or for worse or whatever, it is actually the case that people consider this to be canon, and we have a lesser, lower down the totem pole, not even full-fledged pseudo Otsutsuki was able to create an artificial source of a sun inside the moon. Hopefully that made some sense. Okay, now I can go through and respond to some chat. Sorry about that. Let's see. Are the light rays in the desert actually there in the OG manga, or is it perhaps added in the color version? That's a very good question. Let us take a look. Naruto. Was that 6? Shit, now I don't even remember what chapter it was, but it's probably like 680. Here, they're still in the snow. Yeah, I think it should be around here. It's either this one or the previous one. Yeah, here they are. This is in 685, and we can see these kinds of lights. I mean, you can interpret these differently, but I think it, to me anyway, especially outside of a debate, if you ask me, I'm just going to say that these are God rays. Like, these are like sunlight coming through. Loha, that's totally fine. Like, we can always dispute the evidence or look into it more deeply, but I appreciate it. It's helpful in understanding stuff better, so thank you. And I'll look into it on my end too. I'll see if I can go do some more research after the stream. Let's see. Sorry, it says, okay, sure, but can we talk about how durable Naruto's clones are now? Like, that clone didn't even prove it, just turned to ash with all-killing bone and thing like that. That's nuts. His clones are so strong. Yeah, I mean, they do get kind of crazy. I wonder if he was able to, if it was their durability, or if he was kind of like specifically doing something to that clone to make it last longer, or if the ash bones themselves have sort of like a disintegrating effect that, rather than making them go poof, just sort of like disassembles the jutsu or something like that. But I think they do just kind of go poof later on in the fight, so I'm not sure. But that's a good point either way. Anyway, I'm way behind here, but Darth Magog says, agreed, we can't demonstrate anything really that Kaguya can do, especially if the feat is performed over an unspecified time. Yeah, that makes sense. Dr. Starkle says, Manominaka, creating dimensions is completely incongruous as the rest of the information with the ability. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of talking about tonight, but I think we're going to wind up talking about that next time. And because we're like, it's 3.5 hours now, right? So, but yeah, like, that's the big thing. Like, that's what I'm building up to here, is the idea that, like, the Ame no Minaka is the thing that everybody points to as being universal, and I don't think that makes any sense, and I really want to kind of like build around that, you know what I mean? Like, build some of my other arguments around that point. Can you imagine if Kaguya just had a giant heat lamp for all four dimensions because it was less taxing? Honestly, I think so. I think that's what it is, because again, this is kind of like preempting the stuff I want to talk about next week, but like, again, kind of mirroring what we said about Obito, does it really make any sense for the Otsutsuki to be creating stars? Like, think about Momoshiki and Kinshiki, and especially Momoshiki, like how precious he is about his little pills, and how like arrogant and conceited he is about consuming them, and how desperately he wants to get stronger and prolong his life. Think about the amount of effort and everything that went into draining the chakra from the earth and like how long it was taking to drain Naruto's chakra, and just all the practical aspects and everything that goes into planting a god tree, like sending down the 10 tails and whatever is involved in that, and draining the chakra and any potential resistance from people on the earth, and however long it takes to do that, and then getting the chakra, and then even if you like get 100% conversion rate from all the life force on Earth. I don't know how you would do this mathematically, but it seems to me like taking all of the life force from everything on Earth is going to be a minuscule, tiny itty bitty fraction compared to the amount of energy that's emitted from the sun in like one day, let alone creating a sun that can sustain itself for, I don't know, millions and millions of years. Like, think about the actual amount of energy that it takes to create to start and catalyze that reaction and get that shit going. So after going through all that effort and putting in all that time to get a chakra pill, and then doing that over and over and over and over again on however many fucking planets, Momoshiki is just going to use that, like, to spend all that energy, to waste all that energy to just make a star, to just put it somewhere, when he clearly doesn't need like a source of light and heat nearby. Like, he can just like exist in space and be fine. And he can go anywhere he wants in space and be fine, and just like kind of like either teleport or fly around and be fine. But he's just gonna make a star and just leave it there and just go away then after. Like, it doesn't seem to make any sense to me with his like overall goals and incentives. And then think about like Kaguya as well. Like, why the fuck is she just gonna like make an entire ass star and just put it on a planet that has nothing but acid and like one shitty little building, and then I guess just leave it there and spend most of her time on Earth? Like, what the, like, is she stupid? Is she okay? Does she need a hug? Is she all right? How's she been? Like, it's just concerning. So let's see. Dr. Strangle says root time space isn't the root time space, but root sphere space. Interesting. Which I think means planet. Oh, okay, gotcha. So root planet, that makes sense. But the overlapping with the other dimensions thing makes sense too, right? I mean, I personally like like in my headcanon, which I don't know if I can prove this or anything. In my headcanon, I just prefer these to be planets. Like, I like the idea of her being able to summon dimensions and mess with the fabric of reality and do like godlike shit like that. But then with what we learn in Boruto about them literally just like flying around and teleporting around and draining planets and stuff, they are literally aliens and they're colonizing planets and draining the, like, they could just be planets. I mean, they literally are planets. So like, what? I don't think we need to make such a big deal about it. But what? I know, I'm just like being a killjoy or whatever the term is. According to a wiki, it's recorded dimension. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why YouTube always blocks the links. It's not my intention. I can't figure out how to turn that off. I'll be able to because you can't share links. Yeah, the page is called Kaguya's Dimensions, the Dimension in the Trivia section. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Re-downloading the game. Oh, you don't have to do that. I mean, like, feel free, obviously, if you'd like to. But I'm gonna re-download it as well once I get off stream. So it'll be able to look at it locally too, but I appreciate that. Kaguya monks and taunts Momoshiki. I do think Kaguya beats Momoshiki. See, that's the thing. I do think Kaguya is one of the strongest characters in the series, and like, I forget if it was like Shad or Troy or whoever. I think it was Troy. Noodles had that debate with Troy, and Troy was taking Sarada, and Noodles had Kaguya, and Noodles lost. And I was like, how do you fucking lose that debate, bro? But anyway, in my opinion. So let's go back to the video real quick, because I want to see if we can get to, we have like maybe half an hour left. I want to see if we can get to the Ninja Storm connections real quick, but we might not.
That mirrors the main one based on the desires of its target. That universe showing a starry sky.
Okay, yeah, again, so he uses the term universe. This quote over here says strange alternate reality, doesn't specify the nature of the alternate reality. Here, this is the thing we were talking about before with whatchamacallit. That was the thing we were looking at here. Right? It's that same scene. Nobody says fucking universe. And yeah, this is the fucking this is the thing that keeps coming up, is that people say there is a starry sky, therefore, like, it counts as a universe. But that's the thing, that, first of all, if we assume that It's just an assumption, I think, to assume that this Genjutsu world has like literal physical stars. But even if it does, the stars that we see in the sky at night are only a like tiny fraction of the stars in the universe. Like, how many stars are visible in the sky at night? Okay. On a perfect moonless night, you can see about 2,000 to 3,000 stars with the naked eye. Okay, so and let's see, or this says 6,000. Fuck it, let's say 10,000. Okay, how many stars are there in the universe? 200 billion trillion. So, like, I'm sorry to be pedantic about this, but like all that a starry sky is showing us is that we can see things in the sky that look like stars, and that we can see as many of them as we can see, which I know is like tautology, but that it's true. It's like, this is not necessarily proof that there is an entire universe, because we're not looking at the entire universe beyond it. We're not actually taking a sample of the entirety of the space. All we're doing is observing the space that's directly in front of us. And this particular space is only comprised of, I think there might be 100 stars on screen here. And if we apply, like, we take like that cross section of the sky and we apply it to a spherical region of space, even if we said that there were 1,000,000 stars, right? There are billions of trillions of stars in the universe, so it's not enough, right? It's just not enough data to go off of. You think Noodles beat Troy? Hey, that's okay. You can disagree with me there. It's been a few months, I think, since I listened to that debate, so I might be misremembering. I feel like Noodles was trying to argue that Kaguya wins through BFR, through Ame no Minaka or something like that. And I think that I just like didn't like his arguments for that. Like, I think he was misrepresenting the jutsu. So I decided that he lost because I didn't like the way he was representing Kaguya's jutsu. But obviously I'm biased, so don't take what I say with a grain of salt. Hey, am I saying your name right? Amarnafis? Amarnafis? Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for checking out the stream. I appreciate it. You say Shibai solos. Well, here's the thing about Shibai, is that I wonder if it's going to be revealed to us later that Shibai is actually like, it's kind of like a bait and switch, if that makes sense, in that Momoshiki does seem to genuinely believe in Shibai's ascension, and it's Amado's like theorizing about Shibai's ascension that seems to be validated by other characters in the series. So it seems like it's leading in that direction, that Shibai is a real person and he really did what he did. But I'm wondering if we're going to find out later that it's not quite as the way that it seems, right? In the same way that like we thought of Kaguya as being a god, or a godlike figure anyway, but then it turns out that it's actually, yes, she is with comparison to regular shinobi and even like extremely strong shinobi, but at the same time, like, she's actually part of something that's a bit more tangible, a bit more understandable, a bit less cosmic. So I wonder if like the nature of Shibai's existence is going to be a little bit less dramatic than what's been described. But it could be that it's more. It could be that Shibai himself has like woven himself into the fabric of the universe and has been like, you know how Zetsu says he's been manipulating like all of shinobi history? What if Shibai is actually doing that? Like, he's actually been controlling people via some form of omnipotence, and he has like a larger game that he's playing. It'll be interesting to see. I feel like Shibai's reveal could be like a culminating moment for the series. I'm very excited to see what they do with it, one way or another. Kaguya went to have Shibai, even Itachi does. Well, that's assuming that Shibai like also that he kept him that he cultivated a combat form. You know what I mean? Like, oh, sorry, didn't mean to hit the mic there. That like when Shibai ascended, did he actually retain? Because they supposedly created the Shinjutsu from his corpse or his cells or whatever, right? So, like, if that's the case, then maybe the form that he's ascended to doesn't really interact with the world anymore in a way that has combat applications. So it just makes me wonder if, even if everything that everybody says about him is true, does that still mean that he is powerful now, or does he just kind of, has he really transcended? I don't know if you guys have played like the Dark Souls games, but one of the things that shows up in Dark Souls is that like characters want to become dragons, like human characters want to become dragons, and they go on essentially like elaborate quests to do this. And some of them turn to meditation, some of them turn to like hunting other people. But essentially, the irony of it is that the dragons seem to be more like forces of nature rather than like there are some dragons that are sentient and that have desires, but the everlasting dragons, the true dragons, seem to be these creatures that kind of exist outside of time and desire. And my interpretation is that part of the initial series of things that started everything off, the conflict of the world, was that like dragons had essentially transcended and were in this almost like Zen meditation state of blank gray nothingness, and then fire was introduced to the world and it created disparity and it created like desire and longing and want and conflict and stuff like that, right? But initially the dragons themselves had kind of transcended beyond all of that, and they kind of sit around doing nothing and just existing because that's they are above doing things. It sounds kind of counterintuitive. So people want to escape the cycle of life and death. They want to escape like that karmic cycle, like the samsara, is that what it's called? And they want to like transcend, and they are burning with a desire to achieve transcendence. But in order to achieve transcendence, they have to abandon desire. So there's this like paradoxical, torturous state where people who are trying to become dragons are dedicating their entire being to pursuing the desire to transcend, but in doing so, they exclude themselves from the they make themselves ineligible to transcend because they're bound to desire. So ironically, only somebody who has no desire to become a dragon can really ever become a dragon, like a true dragon. That's my interpretation of it anyway. So I wonder if Shibai is like kind of gonna wind up being like that. Like, I don't know, Momoshiki goes to challenge him and he tries to fight him and he just like avoids all of his attacks, and he just like stops time or something like that, and then Momoshiki's like, why aren't you fighting back? Like, if I can't beat you, then you should at least absorb me. And Shibai's just like, I don't understand what you're saying. You might as well be like an ant running around in a circle on the ground. Like, you don't matter to me. Like, can't you see that all of this is just like so irrelevant, all this fighting and stuff? Like, I'm just so beyond this. But it still go a lot of different ways with it. It just seems to me that that a lot of the conflict that comes, like everything that Momoshiki does, like his attitude, his desire for power and growth in that way kind of seems very petty and very human and almost like very primitive, you know? And so if Shibai ascends to godhood, are we talking about an ascension of just raw power, or is he actually becoming something better? That I think will be an interesting thing to explore. Ryoman says, I think he's trying to say that since a world means either planet or universe, since there's so many stars, it's more likely that it's a universe. Yeah, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where he's coming from. And I've heard people mention this sort of argument before, so I'm not trying to pick on Key over here. But to me, it's just not enough. It's not enough data, right? Like, I get it. Intuitively, it looks like that, doesn't it? I mean, like, in our universe, we look up and we see a starry sky. And in our universe, a starry sky means that there are more stars and planets and galaxies and shit behind it. So if we see something in this universe that looks the same, it's only natural to imagine that it's quite similar or maybe even the same thing. That's all logical and reasonable. And yet, I want more evidence. Like, I'm not convinced. I don't think that that is enough, especially when we consider that this is a Genjutsu reality that's been created, right? At the end of the day, this is created via Tsukuyomi. The Tsukuyomi is still a Genjutsu, so this still is actually, literally, factually, an illusory space. And so, the illusory space itself does actually have something that resembles a starry sky. That's fine, and it can even have the exact same pattern and distribution of lights as our universe. But if the claim is that Obito created trillions upon billions of physical burning stars, then no, we don't have enough evidence to go off of that. Like, I get where the argument's coming from, I understand, I sympathize, but we just do not have enough evidence to support that, in my opinion. Let me see. To be fair to Key, alternate reality is interchangeable with parallel universe. Yeah, I understand that. Like, I think that's a fair thing to say, but I do think that the phrasing and the specific choice of wording matters. And I think the thing is that, like, the term alternate reality could apply to a parallel universe. In other words, a parallel universe is a form of an alternate reality. But an alternate reality could also apply to a dream version, like a dream copy, so to speak, that appears to be very similar but is different. Do you know what I mean? So like, it's sort of like a Venn diagram overlap, with like the circle on the left being alternate reality, the circle on the right being universe, the circle on the left being dream world, the circle on the right being parallel universe, and the phrase alternate reality being in the middle. I don't think it's like crazy or totally unfair or dishonest or anything like that to just have those terms share a similar meaning, but they are different terms, and I don't think that they're fully interchangeable for the context of this series and of this movie specifically, if that makes sense. Dr. Strangle says the Naruto.fandom wiki is just referring to the manga and not the Storm games. I can't find anything about it on the Storm wiki. Oh, that's okay. I'll take a look on it on the game later. No problem. I appreciate you looking, though. That's my argument, says Real Man. No proof Shibai can even fight in his current form, and his previous form is featless. Well, this one is as well. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. We'll see where they go with it.
In the movie, it's acknowledged that this wasn't a genjutsu and that they were actually teleported to another universe via space-time ninjutsu.
Okay, so okay, so this is where things start to get mad again.
That this wasn't a genjutsu and that they were
Okay. What he's saying, let's just hear him out one more time.
showing a starry sky. In the movie, it's acknowledged that this wasn't a genjutsu and that they were actually teleported to another universe via space-time ninjutsu.
Okay, so again,
This wasn't a genjutsu and
these are the panels that we went over before. And what he says is it's acknowledged that it isn't a genjutsu, except it's the Tsukuyomi, and the Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu. And saying that it's acknowledged that it isn't a genjutsu isn't exactly fair, because what Naruto says here, well, this is not what's in the version that I have for whatever reason, or the version that we discussed did not contain that particular translation. So let's just double check, make sure. Let's see. What did it say? The version on YouTube that I have at the moment says, I tried releasing the genjutsu. And his says, I tried to dispel any genjutsu, but nothing's changed. So based on his, the translation that he's using, it does make it more sound like Naruto evaluated whether or not there's a genjutsu. And so he checked for genjutsu and didn't find any genjutsu, and then came to the conclusion that therefore this must not be genjutsu, right? So that's fair. I definitely understand where he's coming from. I think if he had used the same translation that I had and still used this argument, then I would have disagreed with him more, because it seems pretty clear to me that based on the translation that we listened to, that is the case, that it's that Naruto is acknowledging it as a genjutsu, and he tries to release it and he fails, and then he's like, well, why did we fail? So that's just like two different versions of it. I'm not going to hold it against him that that's the case. It's not his fault, right? But the other thing that he said, I do take more issue with. So let's go over it one more time.
universe showing a starry sky. In the movie, it's acknowledged that this wasn't a genjutsu and that they were actually teleported to another universe via space-time ninjutsu.
Okay, so he says they were teleported to another universe via space-time ninjutsu. Again, nobody ever mentions the term universe in the entire movie. And like, let's go through this, right? I would have appreciated time codes, but it's okay. Nothing about this world that I don't know. What kind of world is this? Madara out of this world. Get back to our world. We're brought here by Madara's jutsu. We already went over that one. In this world. World. And the examples that I went through here they all say either sekai or basho, right? So there's no mention of the term universe in any of this. Key is asserting that it's a universe, but hasn't actually demonstrated it. He's said that whatchamacallit? He said that the oh god, I'm getting tired. He said that the universe itself, or sorry, that it's acknowledged to not be a genjutsu, but that Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu. And then the last thing that he said is that they were transported here into this universe using a teleportation technique. Okay, so here's the thing. I think what he's referring to is this. You see how Kakashi says, I would assume it's some sort of teleportation technique? And this is the thing that Noodles talked about in his video too. Right. I think that's what he's talking about. So let's go and see what Kakashi says, because it's like easy to find. It's like right at the end here. So this is after they have escaped from the Tsukuyomi. They got out of it, right? They're back in Konoha. They're no longer in the dream world, and they're going to report in with Tsunade, right? So.
マーダランのやつ、まさかこの里の中で仕掛けてくるとは。
So what Tsunade says is, I can't believe that Madara would pull off something so brazen from within the village. And then
話を聞く限り、何らかの時空間忍術だと思われますが。
Okay. So after she says that, Kakashi says, I think it was some sort of transportation technique. Now, specifically, what does he say?
話を聞く限り、何らかの時空間忍術だと思う。
Jikukan ninjutsu. What's a Jikukan ninjutsu? A Jikukan ninjutsu is a space-time ninjutsu, and the very first thing that shows up on the Naruto wiki for space-time ninjutsu is this, which is Kamui. Okay, Kamui is a space-time ninjutsu, Jikukan ninjutsu, and Tsukuyomi. Just to be clear, Tsukuyomi, as well as the partial Tsukuyomi, whatever, is a genjutsu, right? Class, supplementary classification, genjutsu, dojutsu, kekkei, genkai. Okay, so I take issue with this because he's saying that it's not a genjutsu, and he's using, rather than actually showing what the definition of the term genjutsu actually is, and showing that the definition of the term Tsukuyomi actually meets that, and explaining like what a genjutsu is and how it works and how the infinite Tsukuyomi really works and all that stuff, he's just saying, well, since Naruto said in this one particular instance that he doesn't think it's a genjutsu because he tried to release it, that it is acknowledged to not be a genjutsu, which I think is ignoring the context of the scene, ignoring the context of that conversation. And then he says that Kakashi's, he didn't even say that Kakashi says, he just says that they were brought into an alternate universe via a teleportation technique, except the term teleportation technique is really Jikukan ninjutsu, which is a space-time ninjutsu, which has specific definition and specific like categories. And there is a much better jutsu that fits what Obito is doing, which is Kamui. So what's happening here is that Obito got into the village and got past the barrier and all that stuff by using Kamui. Then once he was in the village, he pulled off his shit in the village, which was the Tsukuyomi, and the Tsukuyomi was a genjutsu technique that created an illusory dream world that trapped Naruto and Sakura in there. That's what happened. But we're not getting the full picture because these individual like frames and bits are being taken out of context, and that's what annoys me. It doesn't bother me that somebody would see a starry sky and be like, oh, I think that must mean that there must be a universe there. That's reasonable, that's understandable. It doesn't really bother me as much that somebody would get confused between alternate reality and alternate universe, because that's understandable too. But this stuff, it's like injecting your own term, not sourcing that term from the series itself, and then also like kind of not providing those explanations in context and ignoring the narrative context of what's happening. That sort of annoys me a lot. But anyway, let's go back to chat. Got a hype edit of a series that I read that gets me wanting to reread it again, but the only problem is holy shit, 3,000 chapters? What's the series? It's called Revered Insanity. Oh, I've heard of that before, yeah. So, how do you even make something that long? Jesus Christ. Is it official or fanfic? If it's official, then I'm going to give it a read. I've read a bit of the novel, and I didn't like it. Following on speeches like ChatGPT, oh no. It's an official one that went 100 centimeters, but it's their new one for that is unofficial. It's probably AI added to starting a new memo for RI. Fly like a legless bird. Nice. Well, we're rounding in the 4-hour mark. I'm going to keep going a little bit, but I think we're going to be wrapped up pretty soon.
In fact, Naruto and Sakura even retained their battle damage after exiting this world, proving that it was so real. This is easily a Universal Plus feat.
Okay, so yeah, let's let's wrap this up. Okay. So, picture 1, Naruto and Sakura right before they were teleported through the LT, Limited Tsukuyomi, no damage. Pick 2, Naruto during the fight against Menma, damage on the left and right cheeks and on the chin. Part 3, them after they return, Naruto still has damage in the same places, proving that everything physically happened. Well, let's go see, real quick. Where are we? Road to Ninja. So let's see at the beginning, before when Obito shows up. Yep. We can actually take a look at the events that causes. So here's the thing. Naruto jumps at Obito, and he, yeah. One second. Let me bring the audio down. Yep. It doesn't really look like they have any damage here. That's correct. They're covered in water and stuff like that. That's fine. Yeah, and then here's a crystal ball that I was talking about before going up to the moon. Okay. So, oh shit, where are we? Okay. Yep, and so they do have, well, I don't know if I would say battle damage. Here's the thing. They just kind of have dirt on them. Like, we don't really see Sakura. But here, like, Naruto has, like, scuffing on his clothing. But he's also got, like, blood over here. A bunch of blood here. And then blood here, too. So, I mean, it looks like it's faded, right? Looks like it's kind of fading out. Let's see. Damage on the left and right cheeks and chin. Like, yeah. Pick 3. After they return, Naruto still has damage on the same places. Okay, so here's a couple things. Something. Let's keep all this in mind. Keep this in mind. Go back to the movie real quick. Go to the end and see what happens. So Naruto is in the dream world with his too bright. And Minato's there in the dream world with him, and they've just like defeated Menma, and then this happens. Like they get this like glowy aura stuff. Take a look at his level of okay, so here's what Sakura looks like. They're in the dream world, right? Here's what Sakura looks like. And here's what Naruto looks like. He has a little bit of scuffing on his face. Here's what Sakura looks like. She didn't really look like she has a whole lot of scuffing. Okay. So, he has a little bit of weathering on his chin over there. It's true. Okay, so he's wearing Minato's cloak. And then he gets transported back to the real world. He's wearing his cloak. And you'll notice that he's brought his cloak back with him, which is interesting, right? That cloak that he got from Minato in the dream world. But here he is wearing Minato's cloak. So I wonder why Ki doesn't mention that Naruto is wearing Minato's cloak, especially since he's depicted with his cloak here in certain schmutz on his face. That's true. But, I mean, like, that physical thing that he brought with him from the Genjutsu world faded away. And this, like, dirt that's on him, I don't know if I would say that it counts as battle damage so much as Naruto being a dirty motherfucker. But, okay, fair enough. Maybe they got a little scuffed up. Maybe they got a little dirty in the dream. But what's happening with that Haori? What's happening with the cloak? Well, here's what I think is going on. I think what happens is Naruto comes back and he has that cloak on. And he's just left the Genjutsu world. So he's returned to the real world from the Genjutsu world. But he's carried this thing with him that was a deep emotional part of his experience there in the Genjutsu world. So for a moment, he and Sakura are still under the impression that this thing is with them. It's like the last lingering remnant of the Genjutsu world that's still like quote unquote attached to them. But it's not real, it's not tangible, it's not physical. And so what they're really seeing is a representation of the thing that was brought back, right? They're really seeing like a lingering effect of the Genjutsu that makes it seem like Naruto has this cloak on him, but it's ethereal, it fades away, and it vanishes. Alternately, you can say that the Genjutsu world was actually capable of bringing some things into physical reality. So, like the Izanagi can take chakra and can make things out of it, right? Or can take chakra and like reshape it and reform it. And there was 7 bijus worth of chakra that went into creating the infinite Tsukuyomi. So it was powerful enough to forge an object from within the dream, and that physical object was capable of being brought out of the dream. But even so, even if that is the case, it's not really real. It's not equivalent with an object from the real universe. If it were actually physically tangible, if it were actually interchangeably physical the same way that something in the main universe is, then Naruto would have kept it, and it would still be on his body, and it would serve as a memento of his time there. But it fades away. So however you interpret it, if it's like more of a metaphor, if it's literal, if it's meant to be an extension of the dream that's fading away from them cognitively as part of their perception, or if it's like an object that is tied to the dream world that then goes away when the dream world goes away, either way, I don't think that it has the same physical rules and properties of our own universe, because if it did, then it would be able to, you'd be able to use it or like to be able to like send physical objects back and forth between the universes. Also worth mentioning that when Menma is like rendered unconscious or disabled or whatever from Obito, Obito like gets bored and does this. Right? He jumps into Menma's body like that. Notice that Obito is like ghost-like. Obito, whenever he shows up, like anytime he shows up in the dream world, he always appears intangible. He's always like this phantom spectral form, right? And he goes inside, like rather than making himself tangible. Sorry, one more time. Yeah, he's talking to Naruto, but you can hear there's an echo effect on his voice, and he's not moving his lips. So even though Obito is in this space, he's actually like fighting by controlling like the quote unquote physical body of Menma as opposed to using his own body. And he's not actually like able to communicate to Naruto using his own like physical body movements. It's weird. It's like he's a ghost inhabiting Menma's body, right? So there's other shit like that about this like fake dream world thing that just don't really line up with how you would expect a physical place to work. Seems much more likely to me that Obito is projecting his consciousness into this place and manipulating things around in here, and that everything looks and feels like the real world to Naruto, but it's not actually real. And however you want to explain Naruto bringing his like a little bit of battle damage, like yeah, like fucking Naruto fought Obito before, and then was probably like lying in a fucking, I don't know. I want to say he probably just like his body and Sakura's body probably fell down in the dirt while their brains were off in La La Land, but I don't know. That's maybe putting too fine a point on it. But I just think like if you're really trying to build a case for Naruto taking like having had battle damage at that time, I think it's worth acknowledging like what exactly constitutes battle damage, whether that really counts, and what about Sakura, like what about their clothing, you know, use multiple frames and from multiple different perspectives and really look at everything in the scene holistically, right, and see if it all kind of adds up. To me it just feels like it's not enough. This is the sort of thing, right, like again, like it's not like he is committing some horrible sin or like being an asshole or anything like that. Like, I'm not trying to be too hard or too rough or whatever, but I think that what a trend that I see, and like Naruto does have a bit of scuffing here, although it's not quite the same. What I tend to see is that people are like, I want to go look for evidence that Naruto is universal. Okay, cool. I found some. Here it is. The evidence that Naruto is universal is that he is that Obito created this space. And look, here is somebody saying that this space is a parallel world, and a parallel world is just like a parallel universe. There we go. See, I found the evidence that Naruto is universal. I found the evidence that Obito did this. Or like, this is a real space. How do we prove that it's a real space? Well, Naruto is not damaged before at the beginning of the movie. And he looks more damaged at the end of the movie. Therefore, everything that happened in the realm is real. And it was a real physical space. And everything that happens there was real. Because I found this one particular piece of evidence. And my problem is not with even that piece of evidence per se. That piece of evidence might be solid. It might have been found with good intentions, earnestly. My problem with it is that it's not being put into context. It's not being compared with all the other evidence and all the other narrative implications across the whole series. And that's really what I want to advocate for. Not that anybody should believe that Naruto is or isn't universal, but that each piece of evidence is part of a fabric, of a tapestry that needs to be put together. If that makes sense. And I just want to end this, and then I'll read chat before wrapping up. Just want to end this.
Universe via space-time ninjutsu. In fact, Naruto and Sakura even retained their battle damage after exiting this world, proving that it was so real. This is easily a Universal Plus feat. The regular...
Okay, so end at that. He said it's easily a Universal Plus feat. Okay, Universal Plus power scaling. Let's just look at the definition. Okay, I don't know if this is a tiering system. Difference in power between a Universal Plus... Universal Plus characters are 4D, Universal are 3D. Okay. Is this accurate? Short version is you can affect an entire universe and time, also known as a space-time continuum in popular fiction. Okay. So it's basically just like a universe, but it also includes manipulating time, which the Tsukuyomi does. Okay, let's just look at this. Characters or objects capable of significantly affecting or destroying beings or cosmological structures whose magnitude or durability spans a three-dimensional space, at least equivalent in size to our observable universe and extending up to any infinite size or any finite size. For simplicity, it is generally assumed that a fictional universe is at least as large as the observable universe when its dimensions are not explicitly specified. Okay. A plus modifier is granted where the character is capable of significantly affecting or destroying entities or cosmological structures that possess a magnitude or durability comparable from 1 to any finite number of discrete space-times. I see. Okay, so I need to spend a little bit more time looking into this because this is kind of not what I expected. It's just like the magnitude or durability spans a space this big, but it doesn't actually talk about the stuff in it. So I need to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. But either way, we haven't actually had any discussion of the exact dimensions or proportions of this world. There's just an assumption that the Naruto universe is... Well, I guess that's the point, right? Like, Key's point relies on the assumption that the Naruto universe is a reasonable analog of our own in terms of the size of the universe itself and the stuff that's in it, and that the Tsukuyomi itself, that limited Tsukuyomi, is a reasonable recreation. Which is just assuming that, like, Obito somehow knew how to recreate the entirety of, like, the equivalent of our universe inside the limited Tsukuyomi. I don't think there's any proof for that. So I don't think saying this is easily a Universal Plus feat. I think that, to me, I don't know what the term for that is, but it's kind of like applying a very liberal definition of something. Like this is how the chain of logic seems to me in my head, right? It's like, well, all these characters use the word sekai. The word sekai can potentially have a definition, which is universe. And they call this place a parallel reality, which could just be a parallel universe. And since there are things in here which can also be potentially physical, then it must be a physical universe. And since some parts of the physical universe, or of this universe, are physical, then all of the parts of the universe are physical. And we also see starry skies, and since starry skies are a part of a universe that are filled with lots of like celestial bodies like that, then it could also be filled with lots of celestial bodies like that, which could also be the same size and proportions as our universe, and therefore it is easily, positively the case that it is. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm not really mad about it, honestly, because it's a creative interpretation, and it's like, hey, if it helps you understand the series better, you have fun with it, it's like not the end of the world. But it does feel to me like making a lot of concessions and a lot of like little nudges and excuses and exceptions just to get to a possible version, or one way of looking at the series that then you're presenting as like the correct way to do it. And I don't like that personally. Thank you for coming to my fucking TED Talk. Anyway, let me catch up on chat. Um, it's called a zone of the first orb. Interesting. I like that. Thank you for looking into that. Sorry, I really appreciate that. Darth Magog says, remember when Obito made an illusion for Naruto and Sakura, but still ran away from Itachi that he magicked up? Yeah, exactly, right? He's like, you have that jutsu, even the... Well, see, that is the thing, right? Like, a counter to what I was saying is that Obito does have some line, like a metaphor that he says about how he, you know, he tries to, like, excuse himself to Black Zetsu by saying that the reason why, so let me just play this scene. Okay, so I'm gonna have to start and stop because of copyright. So the world is like a mirror image on the water's surface. He's talking about the Genjutsu world. Using the power of our seven-tailed beasts, it creates another reality, in quotes, that is a perfect copy of this world, and sends the target there whole. Okay, so there's a possible counter to what I'm saying, is he does say sends the target there whole. And if their whole means like their physical body, well, that would be a counter to what I'm saying. And then he says this, it doesn't appear that this world and that one are absolutely identical, though. We're going to talk about this more later, about like what it actually means to create a Tsukuyomi space and everything. We talk about Madara, talk about Obito. We can't start that now because it'll take hours, but basically, what I think is a good compromise for looking at this is, and this will come into our conversation about Ninja Storm connections as well, because to give a brief overview, like they also use a Tsukuyomi to create like another world, right? A Genjutsu world. So here's the thing. I think that when people make a Tsukuyomi, they actually do make a space. And this space is a quote-unquote real space. It might be a mental space that's similar to the space that Naruto trains in when he unlocks KCM. It might actually be a physical space like the Kamui that you can step into, where you can bring your whole body. It might sometimes be purely mental, sometimes be physical, depending on the user and depending on the magnitude. I actually don't necessarily have a problem with the idea that this Genjutsu world could be a physical space. And when you look at the thing that Obito is saying here, he specifically uses a metaphor of a physical solid pebble, like a tangible solid object that he then puts into something that's wibbly wobbly and splishy splashy. So, and then he says, taking their body there whole. So it could be that what he's saying there is that this particular Tsukuyomi is actually a real space like Kamui, and they are, he is physically moving Naruto and Sasuke there. That is a reasonable interpretation. Okay, and then we could reconcile that with what Kakashi was saying, and I could just be wrong about the Kamui thing, and Kakashi could have been talking about it being a transportation technique, right? There's different interpretations here. The thing that I have the most objection with is just assuming that because it's like physical and because there's a starry sky, then that means that like quintillions of black holes were created. Really, the problem that I have actually has nothing to do with the interpretation of the manga or the anime or the source material. It's literally just when people start shoving bullshit power scaling terms into things. And this is not like trying to slander anybody who does calking or power scaling or anything like that, because I have a lot of respect for that. But it's like specifically, like we have this particular vocabulary that we use for power scaling, which includes particular words like universal. And then we have a particular set of vocabulary that we use to describe things that are happening in the fiction, like parallel universe. And then people will be like, I see universe over here. I see the word universe over there. So clearly they're the same thing. They're synonymous, right? Because one says universe, the other says universe. And then you just wind up warping and distorting everything, kind of like it's going through Kamui. And it winds up in this big, messy ball. And that's what I'm trying to unravel. So at the end of this, the next few weeks, we keep talking about this stuff. I might actually come around and say, I think that the limited Tsukuyomi is a real physical space that you could actually just walk into and like put up your feet. And somebody could give you a pina colada, and you could walk out with it and still be drunk. You know, like if you were to go and like fucking take a big fat tasty bong rip inside the fucking Tsukuyomi, you would come out smelling like weed. Like, you know, it's entirely possible. But that I'm not then gonna say because the bud was dank as all get out inside the Tsukuyomi, and that means that there were 40 quintillion black holes looking down on the tasty rippage. Okay, I'm going to go to bed now. But first, let me rechat. Remember when Obito made an illusion? Yep, Obito slams Itachi, Totsuka played Gober. Yeah, exactly. I think the implication is that, like, yeah, that's where I was going with that. Is that, so that's the other thing. If Obito is actually, like, afraid of Itachi doing something to him, that seems to me to indicate that the characters in the Tsukuyomi actually do have a certain amount of agency, right? So, like, he made this world, and the world was made and, like, pumped full of chakra, and chakra can be molded and shaped into and given life, and he's using, like, the ocular jutsu and all that stuff, right? And now, oopsie daisy, I accidentally created somebody who is empowered, even though he's a phantom in a dream world or whatever you want to call it. He is still powerful enough to mess with me and kick me out, or maybe like gain control of me. So that's another possible counter to what I'm saying, is that if he's created a world with characters who have agency, who can push back against him, does that imply that they're sentient? And if so, doesn't that imply that there would be something a little bit more real and tangible to it? But then we get into the concept of, like, okay, well, what about, like, simulations, and what about the Matrix, and blah, 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 and that stuff I'll talk about next time, because basically we have another Uchiha in Storm Connections who basically creates the Matrix. Like, so we're gonna talk about that next time. Nanashi, if you want to look into her, is a character we're going to be talking about. I wonder if Ki also measures the universe's horses per day. Yeah, in equines per solar cycle. I love that. Totsuka blade gets dodge negative. Well, I don't know about that, but I definitely don't think it, like, cuts down anything in its path or whatever. But most things. 46.5 billion light years. No, 46 horses a day. Yeah, exactly. We could use hands, right? Because horses are measured in a unit called hands, like anything but the metric system. So yeah. 46.5 horse hands across. Billion, excuse me. Light years of horse hands. Jesus Christ. If they are real, it goes against the fake solution to the cycle of hatred, which is why the series gave on why reject the infinite Tsukuyo. Yeah, well, that's true as well. Like, we haven't even, that's the whole other, like, conversation about Madara and his dream and his desire. See, this, so all of this needs to be put into the context of everything that's happening during the war, which, again, like, this is why it's so hard to talk about this stuff, because or it's not hard to talk about, but it's like, this is why I get frustrated when listening to videos like this, because maybe it's just me, because I don't know how to stop myself from talking for hours on end, but, like, I feel like this is such an interesting topic, and to really understand it, you have to spend maybe not this amount of time, but, like, more time, you know, talking about it, because you have to try and take every little piece and put it together as, like, a piece of a puzzle. And I think what happens in videos like these, or just if you're just focusing on things on a more narrow way, is that you just focus on the puzzle pieces too much, and then you lose sight of the whole puzzle around it. Does that make any sense? Hey Beast, how's it going? Is that Beast Dark or Beast Dirk? Thank you so much for checking out the stream. I hope you're doing well. Beast asks, where do you scale Naruto yourself currently? So, I think he is below planetary, maybe multi-continental. And I can be debated and convinced that he is planetary. And I think maybe if you catch me on a good day, you could convince me that the Otsutsuki are star level. I probably wouldn't go higher than that. And I'm actually going to, like, sort of preempt our discussion from next week. And I'm going to use an argument, or something that Ki kind of implies in his arguments. So Key in this video suggests that the jutsu in the Storm games are canonical representations of what the characters are supposed to be able to do. So in other words, if a character uses a jutsu in Storm, even if we don't see it in the manga, it's calibrated to what their power level should be, and it is like within character for them and would basically at least be within a ballpark of what they're capable of on like on some kind of realistic scale. So it's not just like total headcanon, it's basically like somewhat relative to what they should be able to do. If we accept that for now, just for the sake of argument, let's look at, and we just showed this before, but let's look at one of the things that Naruto can do in Storm Connections, which is the most recent game, right? So here is, let's see. Here is his jutsu when he is in Sage of Six Paths mode with Kurama. He does this thing with all the Rasen Shuriken, all the balls together. He fires that at Obito, and then this happens. Big ass explosion. That's pretty impressive, right? So that's him in Sage of Six Paths mode. I think that's actually a little bit underestimating him, because I think like that one Rasen Shuriken cuts through the God Tree, and it seems to be bigger, more impressive than this. So you could probably scale that up. That's probably a low ball. Now this is the version of him that appears in the last. This is the haircut that he has in the last, and then he does all this stuff, right? And let's see how far this goes. He does this big attack, and so here you can actually see the curvature of the earth, and you can see the magnitude of the attack and the explosion. You can actually see some meteors or stars or something over there. So here is a potential scale that you could take a look at, and this is supposed to be Naruto's representation from the last, which is one of her, like, his strongest forms, at least before going into Boruto. Let's take a look at one more. I think there's one more. So here he Sage of Six Paths with Kurama. This is actually his Boruto self, it looks like. So this is adult Naruto. And he's doing another one of these like massive planetary Rasengan attacks, right? All the different elements, Biju Bomb, and then we see this happen. And this might be the biggest like explosive feat that we see, which is that, right? So now, what country is this on exactly? How big is that country? Is the Naruto planet the same as our planet in terms of its overall size, or is it larger? How exactly do you place this? How exactly big is this? It's kind of up to you, but I think as long as we assume that like the Naruto planet is within 1 to 2 times the size of our Earth, then I don't think this feat itself even counts as planetary, because it's not like tunneling through the Earth itself or causing the Earth to explode, although it's projected out away from the Earth, so it's debatable, but it doesn't, like, this is the radius of the explosion. I find it difficult to look at this and be like, that's a planetary feat, you know what I mean? So again, this is from the games. You may or may not consider the games to be canon. You may or may not consider the games to be an acceptable representation of the series. That is open to interpretation. I do think that this is one of the largest, most powerful, most widest ranging DC-based feats that we've seen for Naruto in the series, like in any representation, and I don't think it comes close to planet level, so I don't think that Naruto is planetary. But if we say that this is a low ball, that he was holding back, that this is a game representation, and we start saying that characters, like you start like stacking multipliers or whatever for characters in Boruto being stronger, you could probably get him to planetary, you could probably get him you know, further. I don't think so. I don't put him that way personally. I don't like that, because I don't think it's like we need to do that. But if it's more fun for you to do that, then I think you can. There's ways to do it, if that makes any sense. Hopefully that sounds fair. Meanwhile, Strangle's out here to say, nah, he's Pebble level. Yeah, he's fucking Tweezer level. Saria says traveling on Sabaska. Sabaska is a horse that travels across universes. Oh, is that from Brandon Sanderson? Dark. Oh, Dark. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Dark. Oh, nice. And speed-wise? So speed-wise, I don't have a specific calc or anything like that. My like hill that I'm dying on these days is that I just don't think that he gets as fast as the speed of light. I think that arguably Itachi is able to respond to lightning when he reacts to the Kirin. Now, I think I would argue against that, and I would say that, like, given that the Mangekyo Sharingan, or just the base Sharingan even, can let you predict somebody else's movements and, like, anticipate where their like kinetic like body movements are going to be a few moments in the future. That Itachi might have been able to react to Kirin preemptively, so it wasn't like a pure reaction feat, if that makes sense. It was sort of like an aim dodge, and I could push back on that. But again, if we're having fun, if it's not a debate and I'm not taking it too seriously or anything like that, I would say I think we could probably show some Naruto characters getting to lightning speed, especially given that, like, you know, the Raikage is literally coated in lightning and he's dashing around and stuff with big flashes and whatnot. Like, I don't have a problem really with higher end characters being able to dump a lot of chakra in to their moves and you know, being able to pull that off. But I can't actually prove to you that they get that fast. Like, if you ask me to actually make the positive claim that Naruto characters are equal to or greater than lightning speed, I don't know how I would actually prove to you positively that they are. I think I could prove to you positively that they're at least hypersonic. I don't know how to get them higher than that. Like, I don't know what the arguments would be, because unfortunately, and this is where I start to like be like the fun police or whatever, like a lot of the arguments that I see people use for high-end speed scaling come from the data books, and I don't personally see the data books as being very reliable. And so I just like, unless somebody's out there, you know, with a protractor and a TI-83 and is actually like getting some kind of a speed calc, then I don't know how to do it. Apart from like, if you're willing to look at the movies and the anime, and if you can find scenes where you're like, I'm pretty confident that this is not some sort of a cinematic timing, right? Like, I'm pretty confident that the scene that we're watching is in real time, and we can look at how fast the characters are going in this context, then use the way that people animate speed in the anime as a reference point. But of course, you know, Dragon Ball is a great example of we watch characters fight in real time in a way that we can understand, while characters on the sidelines are saying they're moving so fast it's impossible for human eyes to see, right? So it's, with this kind of media, you never know to what extent we're actually seeing things accurately from the characters' perspectives, or like how it would look to us in real life. It's really hard to tell. I will say, like, the way that I try to approach it is to think of it like when somebody says, hey, these characters are light speed. So I've been rereading parts of the series, and I've been watching certain scenes in the movies and stuff, and I keep in my head like, okay, if these characters are actually the speed of like lightning, right? Like, what is it, like 270,000 miles per hour or something like that, right? Okay, if they're actually the speed of lightning, it would take them like a second to get from here all the way over here. And here's this really, like, it would take them like a second to cross this field, or split second even to cross this field. And here's this really critical thing, and somebody's about to die, and they're running, and they're being like, wait, no. Like a character's about to get hit by a train, right? And the character is like a kilometer away, and they're right about to get hit by the train. And then Naruto should be light speed, and he sees this happening. He's like, no, I don't want you to die. I better go as fast as I possibly can. And then he doesn't manage to get to the train and save the person fast enough. Then I'm like, well, okay, well, here's a great example of like where it would have been really cool if he could have moved to the speed of light, and that could have saved this person, and that didn't work out. So probably not, right? Like, I guess it feels kind of crappy, but it's been easier for me to look for anti-feats than to look for positive feats, if that makes sense. And so I will keep thinking about it, because I don't want to be like a jerk about it. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. My scaling for Naruto is I don't know and shut up. I'm kidding. Universal Plus and MFTL. So Ryomen has scientifically studied how to trigger me. He's found my trigger words. Good job. Scale applies to Mask Obito as well, of course. Scale applies to fucking Kid Gamakichi. Hinata thinks about adult Naruto and Sasuke lose to Jiraiya. I don't know about that. No, not Sanders. Oh, J.A. Campbell. Yeah, J.A. Campbell. Okay. I believe from the Tale of Sabaska. Another for the reading list. Dark says sounds good. I don't have Naruto that high as well. Do you scale other verses as well? No, not really. I've kind of focused on Naruto. I did we talked about a Dragon Ball debate a while ago. We talked about like the Kid Buu versus Buhan matchup, and that was a lot of fun. So I'm definitely down to look into other verses. I haven't found one that I know as well and like understand as well as the Naruto universe to the extent that I do understand it. But I'd be definitely open to looking into other things. I tried to check into JJK a little bit. Not my favorite, but I enjoyed what I read, and I would be curious to check out other stuff as well. Oof. My voice is getting sore. Sorry. Travel speed over long distance is probably like supersonic at most in Naruto. Yeah, I mean, like when you actually look at the practical reality of how people travel in Naruto, I think you can get them to supersonic fairly comfortably, but much further beyond that, I don't think is entirely practical. Even lightning speed is really, really weird for long distance travel. But I'm much more comfortable with the idea that I don't know, the Raikage in V2 can use a body flicker and dash forward in short bursts at lightning speed or something like that, right? That doesn't seem all that crazy, especially when we know he can survive light speed travel. There's nothing that immediately jumps out to me as that doesn't make any sense or something like that. Dragon Ball be like strength and speed go hand in hand. Then we have Bulma able to watch what the fuck is happening between Beerus and everyone else when she isn't a fighter. Oh well, there you go. That's a bit of a quirk. So, Dark, I'm sorry to be taken off right after you joined. I need to get some sleep. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. I need to not do something else for a second. But I really appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate everybody else who stopped by. Thank you so much for the conversation. I feel a little bad that the thumbnail was a little misleading because I thought we were going to be talking about Kaguya, but that's going to be next time, I guess. So, I'll change the thumbnail to update the content. We will be getting to her, I think, next week. If not, we'll be getting to her the next week after that for sure. We got quite a few little content dumps that sounded weird. Content packages to go over. So I look forward to discussing it with you. Of course, shout out to Key. Go check out his video. Go support his channel. I disagree with a lot of what he said, but that doesn't mean that I have anything negative to say about him. And ultimately, this is part of a discussion. It's a passionate discussion. I'm sure it'll go back and forth, and we'll keep talking about it and learning from each other. That's the goal, just mutual learning, better understanding. Hope that's understood in the spirit in which it's intended. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Let me just read chat, and then I'll be heading out. Darth Mega says Bulma negs the Narutoverse. Beast says, I like your videos in the series, but I can't lie, they're way too long for me to watch. No disrespect though. Yeah, no worries. I totally understand. I'm thinking about, are you referring to the streams in general, as opposed to the the Itachi versus Pain video, or just well, that's pretty fucking long too. Well, I appreciate the kind words. I think I want to make this the multiversal, I want to make a video that goes over universal stuff and fucking light speed stuff in a video that's under an hour. That is my goal for heading into the new year, because I wanted to talk about this video over the course of maybe 1 or 2 streams. I've been going for 4.5 hours tonight. I'm 3 goddamn minutes into the video, and I still don't think I adequately explained this. I still think there's a bunch of shit that I didn't get to. Honestly, I want to do a second stream covering this stuff, but at the same time, I understand it's a lot to ask. Please sit there and listen to me ramble for 4 fucking hours straight. It's a lot to ask. So I appreciate the feedback, and I think eventually I will try to make some smaller form content. So if you feel like subscribing, no pressure, of course, but hopefully within the next couple of months, I'll have some stuff that's a little bit more digestible than this. And in the meantime, thanks for your patience. Thanks for, being friendly and saying hi. I appreciate it. Luffy canonically couldn't outrun a guy running at 40 meters per second. Well, that's some slander right there. Same character, Bish intercepted a literal light beam right after. Yeah, that's weird. Darth Magog says, pleasure as always, John Restwoven. Thank you, you too. Good luck with all the amazing content, man. Kudos and appreciate you. Ryoman says, Kakazu one-shots Dragon Ball. Yeah, okay, we'll end on that. We'll end on Kakazu, one-shotting Beerus. I can live with that. W Passion, thank you so much. I'm glad that shines through. Yeah, I love this stuff. I could literally and figuratively talk about this stuff all day, so I appreciate the encouragement. All right, everybody, thank you. Have a great night. Bye-bye.